Simba? Simba? The future? Temwasomye lero. You feel? No, you have to shout as loud as you can. I can't hear you guys. Mwasomye? I can't see your groups up, guys. Let me see. The chipmunks? You guys, I need energy. 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 The chipmunks? Why are you changing now? It's the rodent family. Slogan. MTN everywhere you go. You get it? Yes. Sorry. Ooh, no. This is Simba. Simba? Simba? The Transformers? We are absent. Are we absent? Transformers temwasomye. Sibawulira no. Which group, Mr. Chat? ASAP. ASAP? Guys, let's fasten the process. Our facilitator is already here. Which one is that? The Nobles? The Nobles? The future? The Transformers? You guys, my energy is more than yours. Mumalamu amani. But Nobles bomba ulida. Simba? Simba? When we call you and you're absent, you people, you will pay for your sins. You have to be alert. Every time I'm saying Simba, you have to say your slogan. Okay? Yes? Yes, please. Yeah? Yeah, nendagiride ziriwa. Gate ngenda zichimaka. Gendo zirete. Tezimala. Uncle bya badagala charge. Naye gendo zirete. Ero ino zijja. Naye kati Yes? Yeah? Guys, has everybody visited the connection booth? Nah here. Have you connected? Have you connected? How many times have I called? Have you connected?
Connecting. Someone.
Coming late. Hey, please don't eat it. It's not as sweet.
No.
Please put as much.
Hello.
As much that one.
Hello. Let's take our seats, please.
No, it has to allow.
Church
Touch
gang.
behind there. It has been there since last time.
Nobody.
The church. Ask your friends. Where are your group mates? Tomorrow. You come late. We give your group
Let's have our seats, guys. Tutuule bannaaye. Yabaani Simba mbeera ki gye muteekawo? Muli abantu 10 muganya oteekayo kyati emu. Simba muliwa? Muteekeyo anti. Soko oteekeko solotepu akwate. Atuteekeko gundi. Simba yafunamu ebizibu. Solotepu mumuno na bwonoonyi. Sebo. Tagenda kukwata ate oli kumwonoona. Wavaawo naye. Wavaawo twegattako. Mwe mwetereeze wabula. Tutuule. Natandika obbasalako Max wabula kandeeta ekitabo kyange kuba kati. I'm going to deduct marks from some of the groups. The future muliwa. Mutuule mbalabe nga mutudde. Ngenda soka mbaweyo marks 5 za bwereere.
Guys, ASAP was the last to get a chart. It is done.
The nobles, muliwa.
Chipmunks.
Nobles. Yibalaziwa.
Guys, we are going to get something stronger. It's on the way coming. So let's have a seat. In what? Asobola okukyusa. Bwekyabadde
Bane tutuule. ASAP tubagyeko max 2. Wandika mu katabo kaffe. ASAP minor. Anti temumaliriza. Chimp max namwe tubagyeko 2. Mutuule. Nobles tubagyeko tubagyeko. Hello. Bane temukafiira ko tugenda kutereeza.
Mojo, sit down.
Waliwo abakyusa setup yaffe. Twakoze setup yaffe mugikyusa. Twagalawo omuntu wano. Mutule nga mukoze bwemu. I don't want anyone here. Good morning. Tuli bulungi. Muyimirire. Muli bubi. Let's stand up. Fenna. Wano sagalawo muntu wano. Making sure face nze eno obeeri. Wano sagalawo muntu. Tuyimirire fenna. So from today, we are going to start awarding marks to the different groups. Last week I told you your participation in class contributes to the group mark. Kalombolombo, energizer, byonna byonna.
Coming, Ale.
So today, the transformers, you're leading on everything. Kalombolombo, Abako, Tugambi wani? Transformers. Tugenda watu balaba. Tetugenda kujja ate mutu mwebaze facilitator. You're taking lead on everything. Tedi kubajjukiza buli kimu. Are we together? Kati tutandikirewo ne energizer, then we welcome Uncle B. Uncle B is already in the building. Bali wabbo. Musoke mujje wano wakati tuwalabe. Betuwadde leero. Tewali criteria gye tugoberera. Muwanike emikono. Yemu wano.
The Transformers, we are the change. We are the change for the next generation. We are the change. We are the change and our expressions.
We are the change. We are the change. We are the change. Love expression.
Transformers, mwebale nnyo tubasazeeko max 2. Waliwo abatambadde tags. Omu, babiri, basatu. Mwana gwe recording mu kitabo. Bwe kiri. The tag, that is very clear. We said the tag is eziyimba.
Okay. Energizer. Make sure where you can pepeta. So yes, we are going to. You're going to do what I do. If I say I get a ball, you get a ball. I put it here, you put it there. Then I pepeta, you do what I'm doing. Are we together?
Yes.
We're not together. If we are not together, you will follow others. So can we go? Can we start?
Yes. When you're pepetering.
I get a ball. I put it here. All right, thank you. Let's give them a hand clap. right, let's have our seats and let's join our hands again to welcome Uncle B. Abako, 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 Kalabanda, Kalabanda, Benson. Kalombolomba ajja mpola mpola. Leero twagala sessions zisooke.
Good morning. How are we today? I think I'll might need to write a little bit. So I need support at the back there to see if I can scribble. I think I like this setup than the other one we had down there. I had not been here since we moved. Any new guys I have not seen? Where are my group members? They know themselves. Group members. Where are the others? Briefly run through communicable and non-communicable diseases, especially those that are close to what we are doing here. SRHR, but I will try as much as possible to be as general as I can, because if you are able to address the things that might affect the well-being of the reproductive system, but my name is this one here. Is anyone able to read it? Okay. Maybe
Muhindo.
You man, you're not English. The English people say Muhindo. Yeah, but botanically I'm called Muhindo, and I would love to be called such.
It has a very long meaning, not very long, but it has a meaning. We shall be studying some other day. Does anyone remember the definition of health? Anyone who remembers the definition of
Health, we actually have covered this a lot of times. Anyone wants to volunteer? Yo.
Good morning. I'm Arnold. Health is a state of being, is a state of wellness, physical and mental, and not just the absence of a disease.
Or disability or infirmity. Yeah. Thank you. This is Wilbrod. Do you have another version of that definition?
Yeah, health can also refer to the state of being physically stable. Being physically
Stable.
Yes.
Does anyone want to define for us anything to do with disease? Disease. Disease. Anyone? It is still morning. Our minds are very fresh. Okay. We have a volunteer here.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Doreen.
Yes, Doreen.
Is when you have a good life, emphasizing on personal.
Cheer her on, guys. You are doing well. You are doing well.
Emphasizing on personal life. Or
Thank you. Wilbrod?
Well, a disease can refer to any infection that changes the body chemistry.
Body chemistry. Okay, you are almost close. But now chemistry. Hey. This class might feel like we have gone back to those classes of ours, but we shall try to make it simpler.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I think a disease is something that weakens the body's well-being or the conditions. It weakens the body.
Okay. Now that I don't see more hands. So with disease, we actually have my handwriting again is a good one. Disease. But there is, to simplify it, if you see here, there is this is. I'm trying to simplify the English. This and is. As simple as that. That will be my definition of disease. That you are at ease, but then this disease comes and puts you at a state of being uneasy. Waliwa wakana? When you are sick, are you at ease or you are at tension? You are at tension because the body is actually not at ease. Isn't it? Yeah, the body is not at ease. So Wilbrod tried to bring it really well that we have the disease will disrupt the function of the body. And that exactly is what it does, that the disease will disrupt the normal functioning of the body. And so at the end of the day, the body will struggle to maintain the good health, just as we defined, and that will cause problems. in all ways. But if you look at for us to be able to define, to get an understanding of what communicable and non-communicable diseases are, we will probably, I'm not sure if grouping us would be the thing now, but let's try to first see what we can do in the shortest possible time. So, what could we call communicable diseases? Communicable. I will try to simplify. This time we shall not have very... Yeah, thank you. Communicable. Let me start here.
I'm called Jovita.
Yes,
And
Jovita.
communicable diseases are diseases which can spread from one person to another.
Okay, it can spread from one person to another. Any other form, definition?
I think mine is the same, but yeah, communicable diseases are diseases that can be transformed from one person to another through contact, air, water.
Okay.
That can be infectious.
Okay, this one is also talking about infectious diseases. Another hand. How about non-communicable? So that we make it, we wrap it up. Yeah, why do you resemble Frazzy? There's someone called Frazzy that you resemble. Has anyone seen how these guys... Okay, you won't see Frazzy, but...
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Non-communicable diseases are diseases caused by unhealthy behaviors.
Unhealthy behaviors. Okay. You will tell us what those unhealthy behaviors are as we move by. Yes.
For me, I think communicable diseases are illnesses, illnesses that...
I need help with this mic. Someone can, Bobby, can support me. Yes, please go ahead.
It's okay. For me, I think it's there are illnesses that result as a result from are illnesses that result as a result of infection or presence and growth of pathogenic biologic agents in an...
Okay, so we have the CDs and the NCDs. Mostly the NCDs are the ones, my sister there was saying they come as a result of unhealthy behaviors. But something more to the communicable diseases is that there is an agent. There's an agent there. So if you look at the triad, I am sorry now my class is going to be, not my class, my session is as simple but also as hard. But I am trying everything as much as I can so that it is simple, isn't it? Yeah. So we are saying that communicable diseases can be passed on from one person to another, and we have a host, and we have an agent, and at some times we have, not at times, but we also have a reservoir. I could just draw this triad here. Some of us will go back and try to read a little bit. I won't spend a lot of time here because this is, if we have the agent, the host, And we have the environment here, sometimes the vector. So you know these things of malaria. What is the vector? The agent? Hello? So which one is the host? The host is the person, yes? So could we probably list communicable diseases? I won't dwell a lot on that. Let us brainstorm around by just hands. I want hands up. You put your hand up in a simple paragraph. You tell us, not a paragraph, in a word. Communicable diseases, number 1, Jeremiah. Okay. Flu, that is communicable, yes. Cough. HIV. Communicable. Why do we think cough can be passed on from one person to another and HIV cannot? Okay, hands up, yes. Measles, Ebola, ringworms, malaria, hepatitis B and C, and A, COVID-19 or corona or Ebola, chicken pox. You guys are killing it. Any more? Yes? COVID-19? Any more? Candidiasis, chlamydia, I talk about them, all of them, yes? Typhoid, ringworms, yes, Wilbert.
Asthma.
Yes?
Asthma.
Asthma. Guys, why are you saying can we put asthma in the parking lot, eh? Because we are coming to it. Okay? So, indeed, most of the diseases we have talked about are communicable, apart from what my good friend has just talked about. But of course, in there we have the causative agents, either viruses or bacteria or parasites. So while some of us were contesting HIV, we say it is caused by a virus, isn't it? So does it qualify to be a communicable or non-communicable? Okay. Can someone first define for us again what a communicable disease is? Because we are still mixing these things. I expect my group members to be on my side and helping me to define these things. But if they are not available, I will shift and go to another group.
But I agree with her answer, because a communicable disease, it can be transferred from one person to another. So, like they gave examples, flu, cough. I agree with her answer.
I started from the mountains. I've always told you, what is the difference between transfer and transmit? Are they the same or they are different?
They are different.
What is the difference? Transferring, transmitting. Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Mercy Patience is my name. I think transfer, for example, flu, that maybe if you're seated with next to someone who has flu, you can easily transfer it to them, but transmit, let me say like HIV, where you actually have to first have like the intercourse with someone, or like, okay, for HIV, let me say it's basically blood. Though it can also be other fluids, where you have to have an opening for, okay, if you cut yourself with a blade, then I also get the same blade. But you had HIV, I also use the same blade, like just in the next few seconds, I also, cut myself with the same blade. I also get something like that.
Yeah, we are talking about the same thing. Take the microphone to him, but there is what we call direct transmission and what is indirect for the communicable diseases. Like what you talked about, direct contact, which can be skin to skin, and this is where we have, the STDs, that is direct contact. We have the one for droplets. Someone talked about flu, COVID. Do you guys remember during the pandemic, if you are in a taxi or in a bus and you sneeze, everyone turns like, yo, who is that? And then, worst of all, you don't even have a mask. You remember Olong last week told us there are people who are very, those traits, the personality traits. Then there are those who would look back and say, why are you not putting on a mask? Do you know that you are going to infect all these people in this taxi? Why? Because the spread there is by droplets. Are we together? That when you sneeze, there's a lot of science there. There are so many droplets that fly around. So, again, that is a form of direct transmission. Yes, sir?
I think transmitting is through a media of, it happens through a media transmitting, then transfer. I think transfer can also happen without a physical medium, like a medium of exchange.
Great. So, do we agree with his definition? Is there anyone who disagrees? Hello? Do you agree or you disagree with him? You agree? Anyone who disagrees with him? So I had gone to the referee to find out if we will have extra time, but looks like the extra time will not be available. So I'm going to make very quick passes so that we can be able to score in the next few minutes. So we also have the indirect transmission, where we have airborne, where we have vehicles, which can be food, water, and of course where we have vectors like insects, and so on and so on. And normally, most of these diseases, because they have agents, they will have an incubation period. And then they have a port of entry and then a port of exit, where we have either the skin, which can be direct contact. Then we have the mucous membranes, and so on and so forth. So I will switch from the communicables and dwell a little bit on the non-communicables for a minute. Now, in some developed countries, especially in the US now, there are more people that are dying of, actually heart disease is the cause of death, the most death there. Whereas here, our challenges are issues malaria, you still have diarrheal diseases. For them, they are the non-communicables that are causing a lot of trouble. And that has increased from 2007 to 2017. For Uganda, there are lots of premature deaths that are on the increase, and especially before the age of 70. And issues, obesity, and the others. Probably I will want to ask a question. Could we list the non-communicable diseases? By hands, I will list them here. My friend Frazi, I'll baptize you. Frazi was our staff, and she ran this Peer Educators Academy for some time. So when I see you, I remember. Yes? Cancer? Yes? Cancer. Diabetes. So this one has type 1 and 2. Yes? Yep. Stroke. Yes. Blood pressure. We call it hypertension, but it's still okay to call it blood pressure there. Normally it can be high or low. Yes. Asthma. So the one who had said asthma, do you see where this one lies? Yes? Pneumonia. 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 Why are you saying pneumonia? Pneumonia. Could we first pack it here? Yes? Heart disease. Heart disease. So heart disease has also very many categories in terms of the diseases, yes? Arthritis. Wow. Anyone knows arthritis? She's the one who knows, eh? Can anyone support us with arthritis? Do we know what it is? Hello? We have new terms like arthritis. Anyone who knows what arthritis is? You are the one who gave us the answer. No. Do you know what arthritis is? Do you want to ask Uncle Google? Do you want to ask Uncle Google? In the meantime, as you ask Uncle Google. So she's referring to joints whenever they are, whenever they are swollen, inflammation, yes. They are swollen, right? Yes. So you'll have those joint pains, and then you can have multiple joint pains. Okay. Yes? Headache. So we have what we call signs and symptoms. So that one can fall under one of those, but it is not a disease. Parkinsonism. Parkinson's. chronic lung diseases. You guys, we have medics in the house. So this one says chronic lung diseases. Yes? Mental health. Mental health illnesses. My friend, why do you think shaking? Do you know Parkinsonism? Why do you want to classify it as a non-communicable? Maybe you can explain to us.
Well, it's a nervous disease whereby someone gets altered with age. So with age, maybe like 60 or 50 and above, your guys start getting a disease. It's only it's.
Yeah, you are the teacher now, so.
Okay, it's a nervous disease. Or it affects guys who have grown, maybe like 50 and above. Someone starts shaking. Yeah. Shaking. Yeah. It's incurable.
Parkinsonism. And his dad, my great-grandfather, also had Parkinsonism. So I've seen one of my uncles, also, he's young, like 32, but he doesn't take alcohol, but he can't pour water into a bottle because his hands are. So much as he said, yeah, it is. That's why I'm bringing that history, because again, Parkinsonism can be passed on. Yes. All nutritional deficiency diseases, like which one?
No, I have
Goiter.
a question.
Yes.
A question.
Question. Yes.
Is tics a condition or a disease?
Which one?
Tics.
I beg your pardon.
Tics like your eyes when they like. They don't twist. They be rolling throughout the entire time. Is it a condition or a disease?
Twitching. I don't know twitching.
It's ticks.
Ticks.
Ticks. Not the ticks, the insect.
Ah.
It's ticks. Is it a condition or a disease? Like your eyes. Or I'll give an example, like the condition Billie Eilish has.
Who? Who?
Billie Eilish.
Okay. I need support. Uncle Bob Lee, I need support here. I have been attacked because I can't understand neither the person nor the condition. So I'll need help. Mr. Vibe has help for us.
It's a reflex action, like you say, like glitching. You know glitching, right? Auntie, that's what I'm saying. It's a reflex action. So if at all my muscles are used to twitching, they will twitch. You get it? Without me instructing them to twitch.
Okay, guys, we shall have that as an assignment, as homework, because I don't think I have the answer, neither do I know it. I am very honest, I don't have the answer. Yes?
Maybe to just hint on that, I think it is Nakanyama of the eye. But on a separate note, I am inquiring, is epilepsy and sickle cell non-communicable diseases, and if so, they are passed on from one person to another. They can be passed on. So I'm wondering, are genetical diseases non-communicable, or are they communicable as well?
So, remember we said that the communicables, we have an agent, we have a host, but for the communicables, we are saying that these are either lifestyle diseases, they are chronic in nature, and they also share the same common risk factors. So the question is, communicable hereditary diseases also classified under non-communicable diseases? Yes, sir.
I have a question. Where does leprosy fall?
Leprosy.
Yeah.
Okay. Vigenge. Have you guys seen anyone suffering from leprosy these days? Yes? In the Bible, eh? So leprosy and tuberculosis have a disease causing agents. So we cannot. Did you say leprosy or leprosy? Yes. So they have disease causing agents, and those are really communicable diseases. Now, I was complaining to Bob that we brought two communicable, non-communicable, and we have about 40 minutes to cover these. Yet this is a thing you do for a whole semester, either communicable or non-communicable. So, what are the risk factors of us getting these non-communicable diseases? By show of hands, I'll be pointing as we mention, as I move on. Risk factors of getting the non-communicable diseases. We have listed them: heart disease, hypertension, obesity, cancer, all those. So risk factors, yes? They are incurable. Okay?
I'm in support of my definition when I said unhealthy factors.
Unhealth factors. So you give us one of them. Those are the risk factors I want us to talk about.
The way we live can cause non-communicable diseases.
Continue.
For example, the way we eat.
The way we eat, that is diet.
Yes.
Poor nutrition is a risk factor. Now we don't know which nutrition is right and which one is not right. Yes?
Good morning, and my name is Isaac.
Yes,
I
Isaac.
think communicable diseases are got when foreign substances enter our bodies and disorganize our systems.
There was a hand there. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Joyce. Some risk factors. She's talking of hereditary.
Hereditary? Yes. Is that a question or a contribution?
It was a contribution.
Okay.
That it is one of the way of getting those diseases.
Yes, because I think there's a gentleman who asked the same question. You know that there's a risk factor. For example, if there is diabetes in your family, the chances are high that you can actually get diabetes. So, indeed, hereditary diseases, we can classify them under communicable diseases, but not all of them. But also, like we are saying, the risk factors, we have not given all the factors. Do you know that you can undo those hereditary because they run in your genes? But you can undo them if you do some of the things that we'll look at as we move on. Some of the risk factors, she says, nutrition, diet. What does nutrition have to do on either you becoming obese or you becoming okay, you see, this subject is very problematic. You can be as slender as me, but you still have heart disease if you don't exercise. So lack of exercise is also a risk factor. Are we together? So we are saying diet or nutrition. Of course, we have those hereditary genes. Like if your family history, people will have hypertension in your family. There's a likelihood that if you don't watch out, you'll also get hypertension or diabetes. I have seen people whose families, someone dies of stomach cancer, another one dies of stomach cancer, another one dies of stomach cancer. It means there's a risk factor that they have not attended to. But most of them are things to do with, of course, others are unhealthy diet, physical, lack of physical exercises. The other risk factors like tobacco. And we are now sophisticating it and thinking that smoking shisha is actually not smoking. That's why we are here. We think that because it has been modified, we are still safe. That is a risk factor for especially the cancers. Smoking, we have alcohol abuse, substance abuse. Yes, you have a question. Okay. Is there a mic?
There is something confusing my mind about lung cancer.
Yep.
Which is attributed to most especially smoking. And then there is a scenario where you find someone who has smoked for 40 years, has no any effect of lung cancer, but you find someone who has never smoked dies of lung cancer. What causes that?
Have you heard of passive smoking?
Yes.
So passive smoking is even worse because your body has not engineered itself to respond to that smoke. Because the person who is smoking every other day, the body is trying to resist, trying to form a membrane or coating to make it live on. Okay? Have you seen guys who rarely fall sick? But when they fall sick so bad. Why? Because their body is not sensitized to fight off disease. When disease comes, it hits them bad. They are sick, they are struggling. They move on with life. And they will get sick, they keep doing work, they keep moving on because the body is sensitized. So passive smoking is far too dangerous because your body is not adapted to handling the issues that come with smoking. But then, if you talk of lung cancer, what could be the other risk factors for lung cancer? Where does this person stay, for example? We need to find out. Have they been staying in a factory? Have they worked in a factory, for example? You know that I come from Kasese and HIMA has been there for years now. With the HIMA cement. But do you know how much effects that has on the lives of the people working in that factory? Yeah? We had Klembe mines with copper. It is now being washed down into the river because it is no longer active. Nyamwamba is now more active than the copper mines. And people from my place there are having a lot of cancers these days. And so people are asking themselves, could there be a relationship between the water that people are taking in and these cancers? Are we together? Now, the diet, we briefly talked about diet. Guys, I want us to watch out for what we eat. Kasenene, while he does whatever he does online, unfortunately people abuse him and go to him secretly to get his counsel. When you are still well, when you are not sick, it is easier for you to bash him or people like him. But have you ever wondered why our grandparents or the older people, they would eat a lot of beans? Beans are the most healthy foods you will have. They will take beans, sweet potatoes, Irish, matoke, cassava, all these things in their local forms. Now everything we have is either modified or has been modified by the way we prepare them. We do a lot of frying. If I took anyone here to a restaurant where they boil food, I'll be like, no, I won't eat. KFC, CJ, okay, not this CJ, but everything. We want to get things that have been fried. And you'll go to places with my friends here. These ones do well. These ones are not like others. Where you go to a serving place and there are vegetables, there are greens, there are things that are raw, and people choose to just pick meat and those modified carbohydrates. Sausages that have been processed, and so on and so forth. So, guys, nutrition. I will raise my voice because this is important. Nutrition is one of those things that can either make you or break you. You are what you eat. You will be what you eat. Okay? In the cancers currently in Uganda are on the increase. Very, very much so on the increase. And if you look at the burden of some of these, some of the studies that have been done, I'm trying to get. In the 1990s, actually 1990, we had about 14% of the non-communicable diseases in Uganda, 1990. But in 2017, that has increased to 31%, from 14% to 31%. Now, guys, if you have gone through this class, don't fall victim. Because you want to pass on SRHR information, but think that this SRHR information can only be useful if people are well and they are healthy. Some of the things, cancers progress quite, there are those that are very aggressive, there are those that will take a slow progression and a period of up to 10 years, and the cancer starts to manifest. However, it can be dealt with if it is diagnosed early. Are we together? Most commonly for the ladies, we are seeing a lot of cervical cancer or cervical cancer on the increase. The Ministry of Health, not so long ago, are saying we'll only test women who are 25 years and older. But we are seeing these cancers also in young people who are below 25 years. Are we together?
So some of the risk factors are for yes, sir.
There is what they call radiation, especially in Western countries. Let me give an example. Japan and some European countries. Industrialization. These companies, they produce sort of chemicals like you can witness in Soviet Union because they have a lot of nuclear plants. However much these people are putting a lot of money to preserve in Amazon, the Brazilian forest, so that it could try to take away the carbon dioxide that is produced from their countries. So these people are suffering from these non-communicable diseases because they are exposed to chemical radiations that come out from these industrialized countries.
So yes, we have issues, radiation, like I talked about, the industries and factories. Unfortunately, our people are not protected, those that are working in these factories. They are not given protective gear on their faces or face masks and stuff like that. And that is sad because they are inhaling in whatever particles are available. And anything that changes the body makeup or that can affect the body makeup then is very problematic. So like we are saying that the increase of non-communicable diseases is on the high, and it is very problematic if we do not deal with them now. And like we said, a lot of them, each of them has a very different pathway. The cancers have their own pathway. Diabetes has its own pathway. The respiratory infections also have their own pathway. But the magic of preventing them is always the same. We have primary prevention, we have secondary, and we have tertiary. Now for primary prevention, you do everything that you can to exercise, eat well. We shall see a formula there. Yes, Jeremiah.
Good morning.
Yep.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Like, isn't too much medication also a risk? Because sometimes the medicine is overwhelming.
Yes. So he's talking about too much medication. So for example, when you take drugs from the hospital, they give you a specific dosage. And normally, most of these drugs are processed in the liver. Now, if you are going to use a lot of these drugs, and they are going to be processed in the liver constantly like that in the liver, then you stand a chance of at one point having trouble with the liver, because the cells of the liver, the way cancer develops is that we all have cancer cells, by the way, in our bodies. Did we know that? We all have cancer cells in our bodies. But the body is able to eat them up and clean the body and clean the system. Now, once you don't provide a conducive environment for the body to fight and kill off these cancer cells, then they start to proliferate. They start to grow. It's like a normal cell start to grow abnormally. Are we together? So if you don't give your body an opportunity to fight off these cells or even any other disease, then you make it problematic. So normally the liver will regenerate, the cells there will regenerate. But if the burden that you're putting on the liver, and this includes things like alcohol. My dad used to take alcohol when I was a little younger. And I would struggle with him. And he asked me a question and said, your grandfather has been taking alcohol since I was young. Has he died of liver disease? And the man was still alive. And indeed, my grandfather died a few years ago of liver cancer. Are we together? Eventually, he died of liver cancer. And that has made a little bit of change in this man. He actually doesn't drink now. So do you have to learn from someone else, or they can tell you and you actually change? There's a hand there. So issues: tobacco use, physical inactivity, diet, alcohol abuse. Of course, issues of age. My good friend there talked about it. Genetics and ethnicity. More black Americans are more susceptible to cancer because their way of life is very problematic. The food they eat, fast foods in developed countries are the cheapest foods you can have. Do you know why? Yes? Fast foods, chikomando, chips, they call them French fries, but they are normally our potatoes. Those French fries, meat, everything, they are a little cheaper. When you go for, what are they called? Nuts, peas, lettuce, all those greens, fruits, and vegetables, they are a little more expensive. So the black Americans normally will not afford them. Same thing here. Unfortunately, in Uganda, we have all the food which is natural. But we think that those who are taking that food are poor. Are we together? And that is very, very problematic. So guys, let's stick to our natural foods. Let's stick to our local foods to make sure that we are able to meet our body demands. Are we together? The foods that we have, the matoke, the Irish, the local chicken, everything that we have is okay. But we need to take them in their natural form. You might not understand now, but when you ask your parents or your grandparents, they might understand. Excuse me. I request you guys to look within. When there's an option for you to eat healthy, please do. Okay? When there's an option for you to eat healthy, please do. I wanted us to, there's this big thing which is also cropping up a lot, and that is what? Hey, my time is running out. But I can have the question. She's bringing the mic. So as she brings the mic, are we aware of our body mass index or indices? BMI. Anyone who knows what BMI is? Body mass index? Body mass index. Okay, so we have not heard about BMI. Yes, you can ask the question.
I would like to ask for the issue of smoking and alcohol. I want to ask if there is something called medicinal smoking. Like, for example, some people say that marijuana is very healthy and can cure all sicknesses. So I want to know if smoking sometimes can be beneficial.
So, marijuana. So that cannabis has some form of medicinal effects, but the problem is misuse. In some countries it is legalized because it is regulated, not like us here in Uganda. So here it is illegal. I will not go into it very much, but it has medicinal properties as far as I know. Now, the BMI, the body mass index, please, when you live here, get to a facility where they can take your weight in kilograms, and they divide it by your height in meters squared. It will show you whether you are in the normal range, or you are starting to become overweight, or you are becoming obese. Now the ranges there are normal weight, normal BMI 18.5 to 25. When you do your weight in kilograms over your height in meters squared, if your range is below 18.5, you are underweight. You are not eating enough. You are not eating the right portions of food. If you are above 25, then you are starting to get overweight between 25 and 30. Are we together? And above 30, we are saying that you are getting into obesity or obesity, depending on where you studied your English. Are we together? So your body mass index is very, very important. Whenever you gain weight, always mind about your body mass index, because weight gain is again one of those indicators that you have a problem with your eating habits. But if you are within your normal body mass index, it means that the weight you have is good for your height. Are we together? Hello? We said 18.5 and below, you are underweight. Eat more. But eat the right foods. 18.5 to 25, you are within the normal range. Are we together? 25 up to 30, you are overweight. 30 and above, you are becoming obese. Are we together? Hello? Yes. I need 8 people in front here, and I will leave.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
I was asking a question.
Yes, as you ask the question, I need 8 people here. Yeah, go ahead.
Is Ramsey-Hunt syndrome a communicable disease or non-communicable?
Which one?
Ramsey-Hunt syndrome.
So, push this one to the back. That is a non-communicable disease, my friend.
Okay.
How come I have gents? I need... okay. Get to the front, there. Also get there. There. So, there is just one simple formula for us if we are to avoid the communicable diseases, the non-communicable diseases, and a lot of times the communicable diseases, because we want to work on the body immunity. So you'll get this flash it. People should see. Hold it very well. Anyone with our mic? Kati go osoma wano. Each one hold your letter very well. We want to see it. We want to see the letter. That is the W, my friends. It's not M. Good. So, can anyone read us this word? Microphone. I want someone to read us this word. Hello?
Yeah, it's new start.
New start.
Yeah.
New start. This is not my invention. Some people have done research about it and they are doing it. New start. If you can manage this formula, then you will prevent as many communicable diseases as you can. Even those which are hereditary, you will prevent the diseases. Now, we will go to each one of them. We will go to each one of them one by one. So, Sebo, I need a microphone to move around. Nutrition. Can someone tell us about nutrition? What do we need to do? We are doing a recap. What do we need to do with nutrition? What is it that we need to do with nutrition?
With nutrition, we need to eat the right meal, especially meals that are fresh.
Good.
Yes, that are not over-fried. Like I call them healthy meals because they are from the garden to the kitchen to the body.
Good. And we have most of those in Uganda. Nutrition is the key. Take as many greens as you can. If they are raw, the better. Hello? Take as many greens as, if they are raw, the better. When you go to those supermarkets, don't say, bino bya bazungu. No biitako. Those are exactly what your body wants. Are we together? Please don't bypass the greens, the fruits, the vegetables. Please take as many as you can. There is no overdose for greens and vegetables. The raw, the better.
I would like to ask a question.
Yeah.
With nutrition, does it also come with feeding on time, such things?
Exactly. You have to feed on time. We say at least 3 meals a day, but you can also do fasting. I said they gave us very little time. You can also fast, because fasting also helps your body to actually eat up those worn out cells. 3 or more days is even better. Yes, when you are just taking soups and just soups and water. Yes.
I'm asking what about that stuff called inkola? Nkwacho.
That is very illegal. Please don't try it. Because it is green. For me, I'm talking about the green foods they sell in Nakasero market, in Owino. Have you ever found it in Nakasero? No. Where I go to Chiembe and Arua Park. Please don't go and buy the greens in Arua Park. Go and buy the greens from Nakasero, from Kaderwe, the markets that we know. And the fresh, the greens there, the better. Don't go for dead food. Are we together? Don't go for dead fruits and vegetables. Go for very live fruits and vegetables. Because that chlorophyll, that green substance is very, very good for the body. When you buy fruits, mix the colors. Don't just buy yellows. Mix up the colors. Formula tujifunye. Okay, that's the time we had, but this one here, please read it loud.
Exercise.
Exercise. We said this is the formula for us to deal with non-communicable diseases and the communicable diseases. Please exercise. Exercise. At least in a week, do at least 3 sessions of not less than 30 minutes, and you are able to sweat. Hello? At least do 3 sessions in a week, not less than 30 minutes, and you are able to sweat. You can walk, you can run, you can go to the gym, you can play football, you can play netball, you can go and dig, but make sure that you exercise and be able to sweat. The reason you should sweat is because sex is also a form of exercise, yes, if you are able to sweat. Are we together? If you are able to sweat. So please exercise, and exercise your whole body. Are we together? Exercise the whole body. And this one, water. Please take as much water as you can. Are we together? These things of saying I need juice, my friend, we call it juice. If you can't find the juice or juice, whatever it is, please take water. How many liters of water per day? 2, 3, 5. Are you a fish? So again, there's a formula of how you can calculate how much water you can take per day, but at least 2 to 3 liters are good for you. Yep. Yeah.
I wanted to inquire, there's this thing of like the weight, like you calculate your weight, then you get like the amount of water you're supposed to take per
Yeah,
day.
that's what I was saying. But normally an average of 2 to 3 liters, because you are taking your weight, then you are dividing it by 2, and those are a number of liters. You will need something like that. But just focus on taking at least 2 to 3 liters of water per day. Are we together? Sanwati? Do you remember during the COVID outbreak or the pandemic, they were saying, please go to the sunlight, go and get vitamin D. Hello? Why? Because the sun, God made all these things and we have them, fortunately enough, in Uganda in abundance. Go and get vitamin D. Because it helps your body to be as active, to respond to disease and fight disease. There's a lot of science there which I will not go into. But when you can, go and get 15 minutes, especially between 9 and 11. You want to go now, eh? Now that you know, you can go another time. But also in the evening, here even on Saturday, actually, if you are going to run, and run when the sun is on, you will sweat, you will get vitamin D, you will take as much water, and you will have this well. This one, temperance. 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 Do everything in moderation. Do everything in what? Moderation. Are we together? Don't want to do everything to the extreme. Are we together? Don't take water and water because they said we should take water. You want to take a whole jerrycan. You will destabilize the sodium and the chloride ions in your body and you will have a deficiency. Are we together? Do everything in moderation. Be it food, do it in moderation. Be it prayer. Do it in okay, prayer you can pray. But we have seen people that have gone to extremes and they have been forced to be taken to Tabika to be managed. Do everything in moderation. Are we together? Hello? Everything in what? Even sex, do it in what? You have heard. Everything, do it in moderation. Food, everything. You want to drive, then you think you have, you want to use the highest speed. My friend, that Benz that you think, or Subaru that you think will run fast, it will collapse you and you will go. Everything, do it in what? Moderation. Air. Whenever you have an opportunity to breathe fresh air, go and enjoy it. Go to the mountains, go to the forests, and enjoy fresh air. If you can't have fresh air, sit outside. People do meditation, others do breathing exercises, because fresh air is very, very important. Make sure that in your surrounding, in your small room, you decongest it so that you can at least have fresh air. Are we together? Some people will put flowers, some people will do what. Always have an opportunity for you to have fresh air as much as you can. When you go to visit and you are going to mountains, you are passing through forests, put down your AC. That AC was meant for people who are in very hot countries. Uganda here we have very fresh air. But you are putting on the AC for what? Hello? To finish your money. The money will finish you. Because that AC is not being cleaned, it is not maintained, there are microorganisms in there, you are ingesting them in, and you think that you are finishing your money. It will finish you. Please enjoy the fresh air whenever you can. Hello? My time is just problematic. So since you have a barricade here, put it higher. We have a roadblock here. Rest. Please let your body rest. Make sure that you are able to rest. Rest is important. Guys are watching series from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Oh, the next episode, sijui. Guys, moving from one club to another. Then you come back when you are dehydrated, you can't sleep, you can't concentrate, and you say, for me, I lack sleep. Insomnia is the problem. Are we together? Ononya vibe. Guys, you need to rest because, hello, if you cheat any of these things we are listing here, trust me, you will pay for it. If you cheat any of these things we are talking about, you will pay for it. And this is a matter of fact. Whether nutrition, whether exercise, whether water or sunlight, temperance, if you can't moderate, you will pay for it. Are we together? If you can't get fresh air, you will pay for it. If you can't have enough rest, at least sleep by 10 p.m. Not 4. Sleep by 10 p.m. Even if we woke up at 4 in the morning, the body has rested at least for 8 hours. I know the guys are saying, oh no, guy alikuchi. The questions are coming up now. I don't know why. The last part of it, of our new start, is trust. Yes, Frazi.
I have a question.
Faster?
There is something to do with conditioning.
Yeah.
I myself, I can't sleep beyond 4 hours, even if I'm so tired.
Eh?
Yes. Yeah, if I sleep at 10, I'll be up by 3.
If you sleep by 10, you'll be up by 3.
A.M., yes.
After 3, do you go back to bed? What did Dolong tell us the other day? Make sure that when you are going to sleep, you don't have UV light before you, the TV, the phone, the radio, everything.
I love dark rooms. My room is always dark.
She loves dark rooms, eh?
So it's just a conditioning, I think.
So it's something that you can work on, but if you can sleep at 10 and be up by 4 or 5, you are not doing badly. But if you are waking up in between those hours, then we need to find out. But if you exercised and you want to have very good sleep, I am telling you, you'll wake up at 6 in the morning.
No.
Please, the formula is here. The formula is here. Try to practice and see if you will. Each of these guys has a very, very huge component around. Each of these has a very, very huge component, and it can be broken down further. Are we together? And unfortunately, we don't have all the time, but you can read about the New Start and its principles. The last one is trust, ladies and gentlemen. Whom do you trust? Do you trust yourself? Do you trust God? Do you trust your car? Do you trust your money? Where do you put your trust? Now that addresses our mental well-being. Look after your mental health. Are we together? Don't just be out there and you think you're a one-man army. It doesn't work like that. Look out for a support system. Go for prayers. Meditate. Find a way to bring yourself together and think through the things that you need to do to have your mind sane all the time. So ladies and gentlemen, the New Start for us will help us to fight the non-communicable diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uncle B. We can't allow you to leave the floor without thanking you for the great session.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. CJ, first come. So we're going to give Mr. Benson Abaho. Then Abako. This Abaho was from from Jerry Abaho, but it's Abako.
Alright.
So CJ will give the energizer. So
Energizer.
Abako, Kalabanda, Mr. Benson.
Good morning. Good morning. Bana tuyimirire muko. It's only 1 minute. 1 minute. We have only 1 minute. Yes, we have only 1 minute. Tugenda kuda mu baby class. Only 1 minute. Okay. All of us are up. All right. We are going to do shake the mango tree. Mango Shake the mango tree. Mango yellow, mango green. One for you and one for me. Shake the mango tree. Shake the mango tree.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CJ. Those have questions. We have our parking lot, so you can note them down. Maybe they will answer them later. So at this juncture, allow me to welcome Dr. Paul. He's our next facilitator. Dr. Paul, you're most welcome.
Yes, let's give Dr. Paul some flowers. Let's give him flowers as he's coming. Dr. Paul, the greatest of all time. The doctor in the building. Nzija. The greatest in the building. Lionel Messi. The GOAT.
Good morning. Let's first have our seats. Wow. Good morning once again. Are we tired yet? We are tired. Not yet. I'm going to keep this session really, really short, and it's going to be one of the most interactive ones. And I want everybody to be really, really, really active in this, because whatever we're going to talk about is about us, right? My name is Paul Luanyaga, sexual reproductive health advocate, a medical practitioner, and a youth as well. So I'm really excited to be here because I believe peer educators, us here, are the most important piece in the future of our health, right? Because whatever we're going to talk about here, meanwhile, this is not going to be a lecture. I want everybody to think about this as an experience. We are getting information that we are going to take to our friends, our peers, our relatives, and that information is probably going to influence health choices, all right? We are going to talk about sexually transmitted infections today. And I'm going to get all the information about that from the team here, right? Because we know about these things. We know sex. We've had experiences. We've had so much about it. So we have the information. We just want to make sure that we have the right information. Is that clear? Thank you. For starters, even before we get into the topic of sexually transmitted infections, I want us to think about how important right information is in influencing decisions, and how grave wrong information means in influencing what? decisions, right? I just want to give you an example. Usually when you're seated in a clinical room, you get so many stories because people come in with so many issues. And you get to understand what really people go through, right? For the girls here, and probably the gentlemen, have you heard about, I would probably just pass around the mic for people to tell me some of the information they have had about emergency contraception other than the pills. Has anyone had anything other than the pills that we know that can prevent a pregnancy that you think may not be right information? Anyone? I'll make it simple. There are so many people that come in telling me that when one has sex today and they don't want to get pregnant, they can use Coca-Cola to prevent that. Have you heard about that? Have you heard about that? Good. Others tell me that when you use 10 tablets of Panadol, it can prevent a pregnancy. You've heard about that, right? There are so many things that people talk about, and he probably has. He seems to be the expert. Yes, it's okay.
There's an issue they also told us. Some people used to say that after having sex and you jump.
So, yeah, he has one. We are appreciating what wrong information can do to us, right?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Blackie. Like me, I got, you know how you make these green herbs? Yeah. That if you bathe with it, you can never get pregnant at any cost. I don't know how true it is.
He has one as well.
My name is Arthur. Yeah. Someone told me that when you take a lot of tea leaves, like 4 packets, so like those big ones, can't get pregnant after having sex.
You don't get pregnant after that. Thank you so much. So by talking about all that, I wanted people to appreciate how much wrong information can do to us. So imagine someone who has taken 10 tablets of Panadol and they expect not to get pregnant. They are probably going to end up with an unwanted pregnancy. We understand that. So we are here to understand the facts about sexually transmitted infections, such that we can transmit the right information to our peers. Is that clear? Thank you. I wanted to get a few expectations from us. I want just like 4 of what we expect from this session, from the team. Just quick ones. What we expect to learn from this session. So we just focus on those.
We expect to understand how to prevent sexually transmitted infections.
Prevent, eh?
Yes.
To get the common signs and symptoms.
The treatments for the different diseases.
What they are.
This? Yes?
What they are. What they are.
Okay. What STIs are. We can run with these, right? We can run with these, right?
One more.
One more?
How to handle the situation when you get those diseases.
How to handle the situation when you get those diseases. Let's start with the definition. Very, very important. I want 3 volunteers to just tell us what they think sexually transmitted infections, all sexually transmitted diseases mean to them. Yes.
I think the sexually transmitted infections or diseases are ones that one gets after engaging in sexual intercourse with an infected person.
Perfect. Perfect. Anyone that would want to supplement that?
Maybe like to clarify more on the types of sexual intercourse where they can be transmitted. This may include this normal one for the penis and then the vagina, anal sex, oral sex.
Perfect. Any other person that would want to supplement onto that? Thank you so much. It seems like they looked into my work. Because ideally, sexually transmitted infections are just what she explained. All right? These are diseases that we are going to get from the sexual acts. And it is not just penis to vagina, right? It can be anal, it can be oral, but there should be an infected person. We understand that. If you had sex with someone who is not infected, you don't expect to get an infection, right? You don't expect to catch a disease because they're not infected. So, sexually transmitted diseases involve an infected person, all right? I want to give you a story, even before we go ahead, because I seem to have so many stories from the experiences that people usually go through. You know dating apps, right? Even Uganda has quite a number of dating apps. This is information I got somewhere. So these people hook up on a dating app. They have 1 or 2 dates. And the third one is probably going out to a club or something. They have a few drinks and end up in a hotel somewhere, right? The gentleman looks really healthy. The lady looks healthy. They don't think they could have infections. They have sex, definitely. Next morning, everybody disappears to work. They keep in touch. 24 hours later, the lady develops a rash. But there's something I didn't tell you. When they were having sex, just like most of the girls usually tell us, the men, especially if you're having live sex, there's a statement that usually comes up. Please, all of us above 18, right? Girls usually say, please don't come in me. Because they seem to fear pregnancy more than STIs. Isn't it? The boys, isn't it? They always say that. They always say that. So she also says the same. And the gentleman also is really kind. He doesn't do that. And he puts whatever he puts all over the face and some parts of the breasts, right? So 24 hours later, the lady starts developing some kind of itching and a rash around the face and those parts of the breasts, right? When she walks into a clinic, the first thing you think about is just an allergy probably, or a skin problem, right? But then she doesn't respond to anti-allergy medications. And the doctor is pushed to investigate more, right? Now, when they picked samples from the skin, they realized that this lady had a very, very rare parasite. Very, very rare. And that parasite only existed in the anal areas or the anus of wild animals and vaginas of dead bodies. We understand that, eh? So, of course, it's really hard to believe. She's really confused. She thinks the doctors are making a mistake or something. But she's kind of curious. She goes ahead and, investigates a bit about the gentleman, only to find out that he's a mortuary attendant. That means this guy has always been having sex with dead bodies. And that is something that happens to some people. They are actually called necrophiles. Eh? They usually find attraction in dead bodies. They are overly into submissiveness. So they are attracted to such. So I hope we can understand that we are all at risk of having the most rare diseases in the world. And every other time you have unprotected sex, trust me, that's an exposure to an STI, especially if you're not sure about the status of your partner. Do you understand that? I wanted to bring that story out to show you how exposed all of us are. We all have equal chances of getting sexually transmitted infections. We get that, eh? All of us know STDs, right? And I'm going to get examples from all of us. Just randomly. AIDS. AIDS. He says AIDS. I would rather call it HIV. That's cool, right? Yes. Gonorrhea. She says gonorrhea.
Syphilis.
Syphilis? Candida?
She said my answer was going to say gonorrhea.
I'll say chlamydia for you. Have you heard about chlamydia? Have you heard about chlamydia?
Have you heard about?
Chlamydia. Chlamydia. Have you heard about it? I wish I had a projector. I had all those images there, but probably they would change your appetite for breakfast. So I chose not to display them. Right? Right? They're not really nice to look at. So, pardon? So, just to run through the examples of STDs, HIV is the commonest one and well known. Gonorrhea, she says candida. Syphilis, kabotongo. Have you heard about kabotongo? That is sexually transmitted. We have herpes. Has anybody heard about chisipi? Chisipi is a type of herpes infection called herpes zoster, right? Those are just the examples. We can't really exhaust the examples, right? Someone wanted to know about the signs and symptoms. And the signs and symptoms are going to come from you, but I want to give you a nutshell, a medical perspective of symptoms. Every other time one gets an infection. Meanwhile, an infection means an attack from a germ, right? Right? An infection means an attack by a germ. So the next time you go to a clinic and they tell you you have an infection, just to know there is some germ that has attacked you. You get it? It is as simple as that. Right? So every other time one has an infection, there are two things that happen. Right? And I want everybody to be attentive to this because it will even help you tell an infection even before you go to a clinic sometimes. Right? So there are two things that happen. One is inflammation. Inflammation. Change of flame. Change of shape. We understand? So inflammation comes with four things. One, swelling. We understand that. Swelling. Then pain. Raise in temperature, or what you can call fever. All right? And sometimes redness in people that are really brown or light. Okay? The other reaction that happens is a local reaction by the skin. And that usually comes with itching or a rash. So we've talked about 6 things, right? We've talked about a rash, itching, pain, swelling, fever, and redness. Those are general for infections. All right? So I want us to go through the possible signs that you know or that you think could be signs and symptoms of sexually transmitted infections. Someone with a mic? Just randomly mention. What is that one thing that you can have and be like, waninaka STI, or I got an infection from this girl, or I got an infection from this man. Any symptom that you may think about.
You find it hard to urinate, like it's painful to urinate.
Perfect. Painful urination.
Pus and blood from the private parts.
He talks about pus and blood from the private parts. Right? And you're right. Yeah.
Milk discharge for the girls.
Huh?
The milky discharge from the vagina.
Milky discharge from the vagina. Let's just call them discharges. Vaginal discharges, right? Because there's so many kinds, right? Thank you.
Unusual vaginal bleeding.
Unusual vaginal bleeding. Yes.
Abdominal pain.
Oh yes, abdominal pain. Most of the time it is lower abdominal pain.
Blisters or sores around the vagina.
Blisters or sores around the vagina, all on the penis, right? Or around our private areas. Thank you so much.
Itching of the private parts.
Itching in the private parts. Thank you.
Back pain.
Back pain. Back pain, yes, it can be a sign.
What's around the person's genitals, mouth or throat?
What's around the person's genitals? All? Yes?
Fever.
She says fever. Fever. Thank you. Thank you so much. All your answers are right, okay? And I just want to re-echo on something small, especially the words. Meanwhile, I need to point this out. He mentioned something very, very important about he mentioned something about STIs being spread through anal sex. And I want to make a point clear about that. Having anal sex increases one's chances of getting sexually transmitted infections because of two reasons. The inner lining of our rectum is very thin and it is not as lubricated as probably the vagina. You get that? Right now, we are a generation that loves to explore so many things. You get it? That's why it was very important for him to mention that. We are trying out anal, we are trying out oral sex, we are trying every other thing. But every other thing that you try out, we should understand that it increases our exposures to some of these infections. We get that. So she talked about warts, and does anybody know what a wart looks like? You know how it looks like? Yeah? How does it look like?
In Luganda, biberanga ngabi obanga ebizimba zimba nga biri awo tebitegeeka tebirina shape yennyini erikkiriya naye nga bizimbye nga bona alaba nga amasira nga geekutte somewhere, but it's your real skin.
Tumanyi kino ekintu bakiyita cauliflower. There's that's how they call it. Huh? It is whitish. So they take up such a shape, but it is your real flesh. Eh? So this is how it looks like. For people that have anal sex, this is how it looks like around. You get it? And this is just around the vagina. You see how they look like? Nobody would really want to have those. And I think it is very important for us to have sex with light on, right? Right? Has anybody seen that? I think I saw the worst case during my medical school. This whole part was covered by just these. And when they get infected, they become something else. You get it? So this is how they look. And these things are real. People are coming to hospitals with these infections. You get it? And they're infectious, remember. Katigwe, you've got your car thingy, or to say wako jacket tala. Eh? You don't know what you're getting into. A week down the road and you're having this. But the good thing is these are treatable. You get it? And I need to mention this, guys. Hello? There are some STDs, and I wanted to mention this when we get to the treatment, but I feel like mentioning it now. Some STDs are treatable. Most of them are treatable. But some of them are not treatable. Like HIV, you get it? So even when someone presents to you with this, or someone gives you a secret that, you know what, I'm having something happening down there, your role is to give them the right information and assure them that they can get treatment if they come to the right people. We understand that. So this is how genital warts look like. Oral candidiasis. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah? You know how popular oral sex is right now. Huh? And by the way, this is the simplest case we can have. Very, very simple oral candidiasis. Small things. But there are bigger issues that we can have with oral sex. This is the tongue. Right? I wish I had a projector. Syphilis, kabotongo. Kabotongo. Every other time we have itchy rashes, itchy body rashes, the first thing we sometimes think about is kabotongo, which is syphilis. Syphilis has 3 categories. We have primary syphilis, awonga tandika. You just have rashes, you have a bit of blisters on the penis, you have some body parts peeling probably. Then we go to secondary syphilis. By the time we get to tertiary syphilis, that is where people now lose their mental health. Meanwhile, there was a time when most of the mentally ill people had syphilis. And I've had the chance to look at a brain of someone who has had tertiary syphilis. You don't really want to look at it. You get it? So these things are serious. Kabotongo, if you suspect yourself to have kabotongo, just go to a health center. They can treat these things. They're all treatable. We get that. Chlamydia. Chlamydia. I told you I don't want to spoil the appetite for your breakfast. Yeah? This is chlamydia. That is how it presents. All right? Now there's something called chancroid. I'm sure many of us probably have not heard about that. But I have seen someone who has lost his penis, part of his penis, to this infection. You get it? Because it keeps eating around. And with the time, if you don't get treatment, the head just pops off. Right? You see it? Yeah. Single, eh? Yeah. No, it's hurting, of course, it's painful. So, people, the reason why I'm showing you these images is to show you how bad STIs can be. Because sometimes we know, yes, they are STDs, but we just don't take them serious. Yeah? We sometimes just don't take them serious. Probably we've been lucky we've not got them. But these things are real. Okay? So those are the signs and symptoms that we've gone through. Thank you so much for your answers. Gonorrhea. You see that urethral discharge from the penis? This other image shows pus coming from eyes of a baby. And I'm going to explain how that comes. Yeah. Pardon?
Genital lumps. Like
flesh. Yeah, so guys, those are the signs and symptoms we have for STDs. So let's take them serious. Yeah. After knowing the signs and symptoms of all these STDs, what then? What next?
I'm like, oh, what illness is it? I think where your testicles become bigger. One of them, it's usually called the Panama, something like that.
Can I first respond to this before I forget? There are two reasons why testicles or the scrotum may become bigger. The first condition is called hydrocele. I think hydrocele is in Panama, where we have accumulation of fluid within our sac. All right? Yeah, that is inflammatory. Then there is another one called orchitis, where we have the inflammation of the actual testis. Not the scrotum this time, but the actual testis, right? So it can be an inflammation or hydrocele. And once you present with those, they're all treatable. They're all treatable. Yeah? They're all treatable. But the common one, I think, is hydrocele, where people really get. And at a point, they usually tap that fluid out as you're on treatment. So it is treatable. We had a question there.
I have an inquiry about the CCP thing.
Yeah.
Where we grew up, they say if you have CCP, you have HIV.
Aha. Let me mention something about CCP. Now, some of these infections are going to come up when your immune system is weakened. We understand that. Meanwhile, when someone has HIV, the biggest thing it does is to weaken our immune system. That's why we are able to get so many other diseases, even TB. Right now, all of us here may have that germ that causes TB in our lungs. We get it. We have it, but it is contained in there because our immunity is still strong. The moment we get anything that is going to disorganize our immunity, probably HIV, then even those dormant germs that we already have in us gain strength and give us signs and symptoms. We understand that? Yes, so herpes zoster, which is CCP, may not really occur without anything that has weakened your immunity. Your immunity has to first go down a bit for it to come up. You get it, or it's CP. So most of the times, it comes with people that have HIV. Now there are those that are not on treatment. Because even if you have HIV, but you're adhering to your treatment, you're good to go. You don't usually get those infections and opportunistic disturbances, right? Thank you for that question. Anyone else that has a question? Yes.
Sorry, doctor, I'm missing something in my notes. Can you please tell me the definition of that condition where someone is submissive to having sex with dead bodies? I just want to record. Another thing is, in our villages we have diseases. They look like that, but they say, Chinana, see someone does black magic, then you get something big, and then there is what they call Panama. I want you to explain more about those two things so that we could come up with the real definitions.
Thank you so much. His question actually brings out the relevance of this session. We get it, because we're here to get the right information to give to our peers, to understand that, I mean, hydrocele is a medical condition. You get it? There's no way you're going to do black magic to get me gonorrhea, probably. There's no way you're going to do black magic and you get me HIV. You understand? These are medical conditions, only that sometimes in our communities, people take long to accept that they have actually gotten things like HIV. In the olden days, before information about HIV came out, people thought they were being bewitched. You remember that? You've heard about those stories. Someone would get so small and they think they have been bewitched, but yet it was HIV. You get it? So you talked about Echinanans here. Just like we have fluids accumulating in our balls, the makeup of the female genitalia or the vagina has the external side and the inner side. All right? And we have glands, especially on the outside parts of the vagina. You get it? So there is something that is commonly called Bartholin cyst that swells. Vanange. I don't know how to explain this, and I don't want to use a very, very bad word in Luganda, but we are old enough. We have the labia, or amatama, the lips, the outside lips. We understand those, eh? So when they swell, when you have a Bartholin cyst, it usually swells within those parts. I think that is what they call echinanans, but that is treatable as well. Then the other word you wanted is called necrophilia. Necrophilia, but you don't need it. You need it? Hey, do you need it? Yeah, necrophilia. Or necrocoitus. Any of those can explain that condition that such people have. Let's get into the treatment, guys.
Question.
We have less time.
I would like to understand, there is an infection, I don't know whether it is an infection, but you find one of the gender, either male or female, wishes to always have sex every time. Itching.
Well, I don't know whether it's a condition. I'm not sure if it is a condition, but naturally, you know there's something called libido. Do we know what that is? Libido. We've heard about that, right? All of us have different levels of libido, right? And sometimes there are theories that libido is driven by our hormonal balances. Yeah, and exposures, of course. There are so many things around libido that we can talk about, but I don't think it's a condition. No. It is not sexually transmitted.
Yes,
it is not sexually transmitted, sir.
As adding on that, it's not a condition. It's like you have a higher sexual urge. It's your body. It's your body make. Like, that's you. Just embrace it.
And by the way, about that, it has a very, very, very big drive with the exposures that we have. If one is exposed to porn, they may probably have a higher libido. You get it? A higher sexual urge. So the exposures usually affect that, yes.
I think it's even like sex and idle mind.
Yeah, yes.
Being idle, mostly among youths, I think like him, they think about sex all the time.
19.
So,
Katuvena come back.
So Dr. Paul, help me. I'm coming up with a scenario. I'm in the field and a peer poses to me a question. Okay, you're saying this oral sex, all these STIs and all that, and somebody will be like, but I mean, we have to spice up things. We need this oral sex, we need this what? So it's literally something I have to do. What do you have to help me in order not to acquire this? Because I need spiced up things. I don't need to be boring. You know, some people would prefer oral sex because of that. Yeah. So, what advice could you give to them if they are to have it in order not to acquire these STIs? Should it be basically one partner? Should it be always going to the hospital for checkups before having sex? What advice could you give to such a peer?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. The fact is, the first way I would handle such a peer is to give them the right information that, you know what, this is what you're exposed to when you have oral sex. And these are the risks that you're running. Okay? And even if I'm going to tell you about preventive measures of screening your partner, having one partner, it does not, because there are some infections that you're going to screen and you're not going to get. There are even those infections that you may not be able to screen before they get you symptoms. You get it? So, by and large, I would just tell you the risks that you're running with oral sex, and then you make a decision. You get it? Because the reason why our fathers and forefathers never had some of the things that we are having is because they stuck to the basics. But because we are trying out so many things, we are getting exposed to so many other illnesses. You get it? So I would simply give the information, and they understand the risk they run by having oral sex. Then they probably would make a decision not to have it. Right? Yes.
I have a question. Is sucking the breasts an act of oral sex? Sucking the breast.
I would love to replace that as the preferred spice up of sex, right? And meanwhile, it is a very, very good thing for our sisters, because there's a theory that it reduces the... Thank you so much. Now you know what we're talking about. Yes.
My question is related to his.
Yeah.
Like,
hello?
is this oral sex affecting only the female or even the male who give head?
Okay. He has a question here. Is oral sex affecting only the males that go down or the females that go on men? It's either way. It's either way. Because, let me start with the males. If a male is infected, let's say with herpes, you're going to have rashes on top of the skin, right? On the skin, actually, of the penis. You're going to have rashes there that probably have some water liquor fluid, and that is what is infectious. Sometimes you find that the infection is within the semen or the sperms. You get it? So as you're sucking them, you're getting exposed to those. Now, we switch to the ladies. If you are talking about an infection like gonorrhea, it is going to be seated within the vaginal area. If you're talking about an infection like the warts, it's going to be on the outside of the vagina. Things like herpes, they're going to be on the outside lips of the vagina. So as you're down on them, you're picking the infection. So it is either way. You get it? Should we move to the treatment? Yes. There's a question, eh? Yeah.
So, what you're trying to say, you don't go towards the anus side, you don't go there.
I've not understood the question.
The infections, they go towards the anus side, the anus.
So, I don't know what you mean is, can we get STIs from the anus? Is that the question? Yes. Yes, we can. If someone has HIV, all you need is fluid from broken skin to broken skin, right? Yeah. And I mentioned somewhere that anal sex actually increases our chances of getting STIs because the anus is not lubricated and it has a thin skin, right? So yes, it is equally bad. Yes.
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
I happened to find one client in the field. This client told me he used to have sex with his partner, like he could go in for like 3 rounds. So as time went on, he started going in for 1 round and having painful ejaculation. So I wanted to know whether it's all connected to STIs. No.
I think what I'm going to concentrate on is painful ejaculation. Yeah? The rounds could have so many other reasons. Over time, sometimes partners lose interest in their other partners. You get it? And someone who used to have probably 3 rounds no longer wants to have as long as that, right? Painful ejaculations, yes, we could have STIs that have not been treated, and they affect parts like the prostate or the urethra. The urethra is that tube that brings out urine, or semen. You get it? If you had infections like gonorrhea, they cause local inflammation or local scratchings in that urethra. We understand, eh? So as you're ejaculating, definitely you're going to have pain. You get it? But also if you have conditions like prostatitis, you may have pain when ejaculating. You get it? So the best advice is they need to go and see a medical practitioner to have that checked out and proper treatment given, right? So let's talk about the treatment. But as we are talking about treatment, I'm not going to mention drugs here. I'm just going to mention 4 key things. As you're talking to your friends, you should focus on and make them aware of as they seek treatment. I think he has a question. Okay.
Oh,
mine is more like supplementing or something. With that knowledge that I have, if a lady has vaginal candidiasis and a gentleman goes down on her, I think he can also get oral candidiasis because there is vaginal and then oral.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thank you. Doctor, there are those people, Isaac, they say that if you, lesbianism, something like, does
yes.
HIV go through lesbianism? And some say that, they say masturbation, something like that, that if you masturbate for a long period of time, can you get STI, or you're protecting yourself in a different way?
Thank you so much for that. Can I first respond to this, even before I forget? Something very, very important. There is a misconception that lesbianism or women that have sex with women are not exposed to STIs. That is wrong. Actually, they have a boyfriend somewhere, but they also have a girlfriend. Do we understand that? And some of them use, I don't know, should I call them tools? They use tools, but they also use their fingers. They also use their tongues. You get it? So if one of them had candida, and this one goes down on them, they could pick it. You get it? If one of them had HIV, probably, you're using the same tool on her, and after she's using it on her partner, definitely there is transmission there. We understand? So they are equally exposed. They are equally exposed. And if you get a chance to see one or talk to one, tell them that. They are equally exposed. Yes.
About the
and
masturbation.
I mean, with masturbation, you're doing it yourself, right? And you do not have where to pick the infection from if you don't have the infection, right? Yeah? You're yourself. If you have your infection, you already have your infection. You get it? I don't want to justify the safety of masturbation, but you're not going to have an STI when you're masturbating because you have to pick it from someone who is infected, right? Yeah. Yes.
I wanted to clarify, is it possible for a woman to be allergic to the semen of probably their spouse?
Yeah. I've had like two people that are literally allergic to semen and sperm, the mixture, right? But there is one thing that I want to really, really clear out. There's something called bacterial vaginosis. It is not a sexually transmitted condition. Literally, bacterial vaginosis is a condition where, you have good bacteria in the vagina and bad bacteria, all right? So there should be a balance. If that balance is altered, we may have what we call bacterial vaginosis, right? Now, I said it is not an STI, but having multiple sexual partners can alter the balance of your situations in the vagina. You get it? And probably expose you to STIs. Getting back to your question, if someone has been having the same sexual partner and she has been having the same sperms and semen and she has not been reacting and she starts reacting, the best advice you could give them is go to a health practitioner because we may think it is an allergy, but it may be something else that probably we can try to investigate. You get it? Because usually allergies was, once you're exposed to the allergen is the one that causes the allergy now. You usually react there and then. You get it? There are just a few of them that usually give you reactions later in life. But if that happens, let them first see a medical practitioner to have proper investigations and we'll be sure what exactly is happening with them, right? Yeah.
I have a question. Like, is there any disease where a man can sleep with a woman and a man like tomorrow dies? Because at our village there is a woman, if you sleep with her, a man tomorrow just dies.
Just dies.
Yeah. So clarify me.
Just like that. So the man just dies just like that. I think that's a very good topic for me to, research about. And all of us, we need to come up with that STD, but I'm not aware of that. Right? I'm not aware of that, but I mean, so much happens. And people have so many other reasons that cause death, right? But from the topic we are talking about, I'm not aware of any of those. Should we go to the treatment? Oh, she has a question. Yeah.
I want you to understand. So you mean that if the pH of a woman's vagina changes, it's due to having multiple sexual partners?
No, that is just one of those. But other hygienic practices can also change our pH. Is anyone aware of vaginal washes? Vaginal washes? Yeah? Some of those may change your pH. Has anyone done vaginal steaming? Vaginal douching? We know what douching is. Now, there are women that usually use warm water to clean in there. Yeah? There are people that insert different chemical makeups into their vaginas, right? Thinking they're actually keeping the hygiene, yet they're actually changing the normal makeup of their vaginal areas. Likewise, you're not supposed to use soap when you're cleaning your vagina. We get that. And sometimes you don't even have to insert your fingers. We always encourage people to insert their fingers, usually after their periods. You get it? Because even your fingers can take in germs. You get it? Do we understand that? Yes. So it's not only multiple sexual partners, but it is one of those that have been attributed to bacterial vaginosis because of that. And bacterial vaginosis does not only come because of change of pH, change of bacterial balance between the lactobacillus and, of course, the bad bacteria. Yes?
I kind of have an experience on that. Like, you know how we told that the vaginal wash is good, but actually, sometime it happened with me. I even thought I had a UTI, but it wasn't a UTI when I went to the hospital. The doctor told me I should stop using a vaginal wash because I was using it. He told me it changes my pH.
Let me tell you something about vaginal washes. I don't know, it may be bad PR for vaginal washes, but this is what happens. Sometimes when you use vaginal washes, just a second. Sometimes when you use vaginal washes, you're going to get what you want. You probably have had a smell, you've had some kind of discharge. When you start using vaginal washes, you're going to be okay. You're going to sort the smell and all that. But most of the times, the moment you stop the vaginal wash, you're going to go back to zero. Because vaginal washes have some antimicrobial activity. So they kill all the bacteria in there. Most of the bacteria in there, good and bad. You get it? But once you stop the vaginal wash like this, the bad bacteria grow faster than the good bacteria. That means you may now have to use vaginal washes to be okay all the time. You get it? Because they expose you to infection the moment you stop them. Bad bacteria will grow faster than the good protective bacteria. We understand that. So when you're using them, exactly. And my counsel should be, do not use vaginal washes, because once you start them, any moment you stop them, you're going to start having infections. You understand? Because it distorts the balance of your bacteria. The time when you're using it, you're going to be okay. But the moment you stop it, infections will start. So you rather be natural and be okay in your natural self than put those additives. We understand that, Yeah? Yes.
Like, you're talking about vaginal wash, but most of us, like me, for real, I am not understanding it. Yes.
So, you would want to buy a vaginal wash? Okay, so let her explain actually. She has the best experience. So what are vaginal washes, madam?
Okay, I'll make it simple for him. The way you have a hand wash for washing your hands, even a vaginal wash, it's specifically for the vagina. A penis wash.
Just clean water is okay for a penis wash. Hello? Yes, yes.
To make it clear for him, have you ever heard of Shana Gentle Wash? Maybe Kalango, something of that sort. If you have ever heard of it, that is the gentle wash they are talking about.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So, I think we are done with the signs and symptoms, right? Are we done with that? Yes, we can first reserve the questions. We have another session for question and answers, right? Let's just talk about the treatment because I want to stress 4 major points about treatment. Hello? So let's be attentive on this, because this is very, very important. And this information is going to be so important to whoever you're going to talk to about treatment of STIs, right? First and foremost, anybody that has a sign or a symptom of an STD should go to a medical practitioner, have themselves checked out and investigated. And about investigation, there is a common confusion about STIs and UTIs. You get it? Sometimes you have a vaginal itch and a vaginal discharge. But when you come to a clinic, you only run a urine check. Huh? Do we remember biology? We remember biology. We remember the systems of a woman. The reproductive system that starts with the vulva, the vagina, the cervix, the uterus, the tubes, and the ovaries. You remember that? Then you have the urethra that goes to the urinary bladder, to the ureters, and the kidneys, right? So, sometimes we get confused, and we usually confuse vaginal infections or vaginal situations with UTIs. A urinary tract infection is simply that infection within the trench where urine passes. We understanding that? A tract is a trench. Okay? So a UTI is different from an STI. But they can share symptoms sometimes. Because especially in women, a vagina is so close to the urethra. So if you have a vaginal infection, we may have self-infection into the urinary system and we get a UTI as well. And for the men, an STI is too close to a UTI because we use the same pipe. They all access through the same and the symptoms are usually through the same system. We understand that? Yeah, but when you have anything related to the vagina, please when you go to a clinic, ask for something called a high vaginal swab. We understand that? If you have any sign and symptom that is related to the vagina, vaginal discharge, vaginal itching, burning sensation in the vagina, ask for a test called high vaginal swab. They can supplement that with a chlamydia test, but you need that. It is called an HVS, right? The urinalysis can come later, but if you have a vaginal situation, ask for that test, right? So let's talk about the treatment. When we are treating STIs, we have 4 major C's that we focus on. 4 major C's. The first C is couple treatment. Because it is a sexually transmitted what? Huh? It is a sexually transmitted what? That means you're getting it from a partner. So by the time you have a symptom, you know the partner must have the disease. Only that some diseases may not give you symptoms in one gender, and they give you symptoms in the other gender. For example, we know gonorrhea, right? A woman can have gonorrhea for months without a serious symptom, right? I don't want to ask any of the males here if they have gotten gonorrhea, but if you get gonorrhea today, if you have sex today and you pick gonorrhea, within 24 hours, you will feel every drop of urine coming out, my friend. Have you had friends that have told you about that experience? Yeah?
Yeah, for me it's personal. I got it and even that within they were like 25 hours I started urinating blood. I didn't notice it at first, but I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? Sorry for my language, for the sleep. But I was like, what's going on? I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I had never gotten it before, so I was just like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on, and I couldn't tell that it's gonorrhea. So I had to rush to the hospital to see what happened. For me, I thought, I got something that had stabbed me, and I got some injury or what. Yep.
Thank you so much, Maki. It is a very, very bad experience. Very, very painful. You get it? But a woman can have it without serious symptoms. They have like a discharge, they have like a smell, it comes and goes. But once a man picks it, it is that fast because we all have different conditions. You get it? And some germs thrive better in different conditions. You get it? So that's why I'm stressing the point of couple treatment. One partner may not have clear symptoms that are going to push them to the hospital. But the moment MSAO tells you that you have an STI, the first person you're going to think about is your partner or partners. Right? Right? So couple treatment is very, very important. And if you make a mistake with that, we are going to keep reinfecting each other. You understand? Eh? The second C is counseling. Now, counseling involves giving information about the causes of the STD and the risk factors that probably someone may be exposed to. Right? It also involves treatment modalities. Of late, we no longer just give people medicine to go and take. No. We give you medicine and explain how you're going to take the medicine, the importance of completing your dose, right? The probable side effects, such that we make sure that whichever treatment we've given you, you're able to complete it and you're able to address whatever side effects come with it. So it is very important to include treatment in your part of counseling, right? And then we also talk about the prevention. We no longer want to just treat people and let them go. We treat you and make sure that you don't get the same infection again. How do we do that? By telling you about how to prevent the same infection again, right? Yes? That is the second C. First C was couple treatment. Second C is counseling, which involves information about causes, the treatment, and prevention, right? The third C is condom use. Ideally, when someone is treating an STI, you shouldn't even have sex before you have a review, right? But in case your partner needs sex or you need sex yourself, you always have to use a condom. Do you know why? Much as we are both on treatment, we heal at different rates. You understand that? One may be a speedy healer. So if this one is a slow healer, you may still transfer the same germs to your partner, much as you're still on treatment. You get it? So during treatment, you make sure that you use a condom if you're to have sex. That is the third C. The fourth one is come back. That is very, very important. When you come in for a gonorrhea check and they give you treatment for the same, after you complete your treatment, make sure that you come back and repeat the same test you did to make sure that the germs that they found that time are completely gone. Sometimes when we are treating, especially vaginal infections, you find that someone has come in with 3+ of probably pus cells. Yeah? So after treatment, you still want to do that same test to see the effect of the medication and whether someone has completely erased the infection. You get it? So coming back is very important. It also helps them give you more information about the prevention and other risk factors. You get it? So the forces are? The forces are? Second? That is review, eh? Thank you so much. That is about the treatment. Now, serious complications. Leave alone the images you saw with some of these STIs. We have serious complications also. All right? And these complications go beyond us, the people that have the infection. They can even go to our unborn children. We understand. Do you remember that image that was on gonorrhea? The kid that had pus in the eyes. So when a mother has gonorrhea, there is a chance that they can pass the infection to the child as they are giving birth to the child. You get it? And the child may get complications as bad as blindness if that infection is not handled immediately. Because imagine having pus from the eyes. What else could happen? If you don't treat that, you're losing sight. You get it? So that is a serious complication of some of these untreated STIs. Exposure to cancer. I didn't mention a virus called human papillomavirus. It is one of the leading causes of cervical cancer. We understand that, eh? Yeah? That is why currently we are giving vaccines to below 13s to prevent them from getting cervical cancer. So that is one of the complications. You have STIs that you don't treat, you never know. One of those may be HPV, and you may get exposed to cervical cancer. You don't need that, right? Disability. I just talked about how tertiary syphilis can cause mental disability. You get it, huh? And I just talked about blindness with gonorrhea in children. That is one of the bad complications of untreated what? STIs, death. We have lost so many to HIV. So many, right? So I take that as a serious complication. Congenital malformations. A malformation is, what is a malformation? Who can explain a malformation in simple language? Malformation. A baby has to be like this, but then it comes out in another way that is not desirable. We get it, eh? Huh? No, let me leave that. Let me talk about something easier. Pregnancy-related complications. Do you know why we always screen pregnant mothers for STIs? It's because we know some of these infections can leave the vagina and go up and distort the pregnancy. We understand that. Things like premature rupture of membranes, things like miscarriages, all those can be caused by untreated sexually transmitted infections. We understand that. Those are some of the infertility. I can't forget infertility. I need to explain something about infertility, guys. Imagine you have an infection in the tubes. You remember the fallopian tubes, right? Now let's talk about our tube, as the males. You have gonorrhea probably, all right? And what happens is the walls of the urethra are scratched. Imagine you have an active wound there, and you're going to have pus there. When that is healing, it can heal with something we call fibrosis. I don't know how to explain that. Imagine a very, very small pipe that has a wound within it. And remember I told you with infections we have swellings, right? Should I use the board for you to easily appreciate it? Let me use the board. So let's look here. This is the urethra. Huh? 10, eh? That's okay. This is the penis, right? And this is the urethra we are talking about. The tube, eh? So if you have an infection within the urethra, you're going to have active wounds, like active wounds. That's why it is very painful. Eh? And with active wounds, imagine you have some kind of swelling on top of this and swelling on top of this. So when this is healing, you may have some kind of fibers running across, up and down. Eh? You get it? Have you seen someone with a burn between, let's say, the fingers? When they are healing, they heal. If you don't take care of this wound, they can easily join up like this. Muchitegera. Have you seen that? If someone gets a burn, let's say here, and you do not help them with this, they may heal with some kind of fibrosis that keeps the arm like this. You've seen that, right? So the same thing can happen to our tubes. So imagine, as this is healing, it forms some kind of mesh. You understand? And this kind of mesh probably has been formed in the fallopian tubes as well, that lead to the ovaries. Because I want to explain this point of infertility. So many people talk about it a lot. This is the uterus. All right? This is the vagina, this is the cervix, this is the uterine space. These are the fallopian tubes, then the ovaries. You get it? So if you have the same thing happening within here, you're going to have blockage of the tube, right? But remember, your ovum comes from the ovary, and the sperm comes from these ends to come and meet it somewhere. So the sperm cannot cross, the egg cannot cross. This person is going to be there without having a chance to deliver until you flush this and open it. You see how STIs can cause infertility? Yes? The same can happen to our tubes. Maybe you have your testicles, they have the straw that brings up to the prostate, and you have a poorly treated STI that goes down to the vas deferens and causes a blockage here. It means sperms that are coming from the testicles can no longer cross to the prostate to come out through the penis. We understand that. We now understand how infertility can come from untreated STIs. Yes? So that is a serious complication there. And anyone that gets an STI should always seek treatment very, very fast. Right? Preventive message. I want to get this from you. What do you think we need to do to prevent this?
Abstinence.
She says abstinence. Very, very important. Very, very, very important. Yes?
Use of a condom.
Use of a condom, definitely. Definitely. And even if you're allergic to the latex, there are condoms right now that no longer have latex. So being allergic is no longer an excuse to not using condoms.
Being faithful, like you tell someone you have this issue or the other issue.
Thank you so much. That actually brings out something important. It's not just about being faithful to your partner. Being open is very, very important. You feel something unusual, don't hide and treat yourself alone. Talk to your partner, all right? Talk to your partner. They may be experiencing something else as well. So be open to your partners and be faithful to them. Get off the sexual networks.
Other thing is to always go for routine checkups.
Yes. Yes. And to supplement routine checkups, we can always have screenings or checkups before we engage into sex. Huh?
Avoid sharing towels and underwears. Sharing towels and underwears. Some share.
Okay. All right. She says, avoid sharing underwears and towels. Meanwhile, that is something very, very important. I've had someone who has gotten gonorrhea from a partner by sharing an underwear. Yeah, because I think the partner had gonorrhea, so she had fluids all over the underwear, and he somehow put it on. I had that case one time, so it's a very valid one. Yes? Much as now that one somehow disqualifies it from being an STI, a sexually transmitted infection, but it is very important to talk about it. Thank you.
Sensitizing people about the dangers of having unprotected sex.
Now, repeat that. Very, very important. First, repeat that. Louder.
Sensitizing people about the dangers of having unprotected sex.
And that is our role. We understand? That is what we have to do, and that is why we are here. That is the relevance of this session, to sensitize people about these things. Yes.
Vaccination. You go for a vaccine, let's say hepatitis and HPV.
Yeah. Vaccination. Vaccination.
Choosing the right type of sex, because if there are 3, at least you cancel, or for oral you go out for once in a month. I don't know. Maybe you choose according to your research.
So he says choosing the right form of sex. I would say that all sexual intercourses are equally exposing, right? However, some of them have bigger risks. So for us to be safe, we just have to have safe sex, regardless of the type, right? Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, you have to look for counseling and guidance services if you
That's a
have
good one.
this.
That's a good one. Always look out for counseling and guidance. What we are talking about here, we are just out of time. We're just running through things. There's a lot that we've not talked about. So every other time you're not sure. Actually, when I'm closing up, we have Sauti Plus, right? That app. Very good information there. There are so many toll-free numbers that we can always get information from. There are even some doctors that are comfortable giving out like WhatsApp numbers that you can always ask more information from. And I think at the end of the session, I'll just read the WhatsApp number. If you have a peer and you think you're not sure, you can send me a WhatsApp and we have a chat about it. Right? Yes.
Advise people to go for safe male circumcision.
Oh yes. Advise males to go for safe male circumcision. Research has been clear about that. Safe male circumcision reduces our chances of getting many STIs, including HIV. All right? All right? So if you still have the long sleeves, meanwhile, AAR, do you know AAR, the Bugolobi clinic? No, not Bugolobi. Buganda Road, around YMCA. Yes, behind Wandegia police station. Every Wednesday, there is free circumcision. You can simply give me a call. I book you an appointment in there, and you have circumcision. It is very important to have, right? Anyone else with a preventive measure? Has anybody? Oh yes. He has. Let me just get there. You can say these ends.
Abstinence.
Yeah, she said that. Abstinence, for those that can. Very, very important. Have we heard about PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis, especially for HIV? Have we heard about that? If you've had sex and you think this guy, I'm telling him to check, he's not willing to check, rather than taking chances, you rather have PEP. Okay? But there are also those that have HIV positive partners, but they're HIV negative. They can take its brother, which is called pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is PrEP. I think when we go to government facilities, we can always get it at a free cost. Yeah. Yes?
Having multiple partners.
Oh, yes. Banange. Multiple partners are a big risk. Haji, you bring a very valid point. You have 3 women and you're faithful to those. And they're also faithful to you. That also works. But this business of sexual network, he's eating this one, she's eating the other one, then the other eats the other one, then the other eats the other one. You end up mixing up yourselves, right? It's not really. Yeah? Yes.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, according to what I know, I thought PEP was specifically for those who are raped, HIV, but then when you say of STIs, could you please elaborate more?
Oh, no. I was clear on PEP. PEP works for HIV. HIV. All right? HIV. If one has had sex with even if it is your partner, but you're not sure about this lady's status, you tell her to check, and she's not willing to check, there should be a reason why she's not willing to test, right? Rather than you taking chances, go and get PEP within 72 hours. If she chooses to check later, well and good, but don't take those chances. You get it, eh? But I would still encourage you to always test before there is no rush. If she's to give you, she will give you. You understand, eh? Don't rush. Don't rush. Yeah? Though you're running on time, yeah.
These days, you don't need to do the HIV test after 72 hours in case you don't trust someone. You can actually test that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is that test.
There's also OroQuick, right?
Yeah.
Guys, do we know OroQuick? OroQuick, that HIV check. You don't even need to go to a clinic. Once you have that, you can do it from home. So long as you know the guidelines of how to do it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much. I just want to encourage people to use this app of Sauti Plus for all that information. And those that may have more questions, I can just read out my WhatsApp number. I'm not so good with calls, but I'm good with WhatsApp. Just to make sure that the conversation goes, right? I know you're going to interface with so many peers that may have questions that you may not have answers to. We may have a chat once in a while. So,
Vaccinated. Like, can we use
vaccination as a prevention? Let's talk about what? Let's talk about which vaccine. Which one do you want to talk about? Hepatitis B, right? Hepatitis B. When I am vaccinated against hepatitis B, I have protection, all right? I have protection, right? Yes, I have protection against that infection. You get it? Yes? Yes. If someone is vaccinated against HPV and they have sex later, the body can always handle it, and it doesn't, complicate into the rest of the exposures like the cervical cancer we talk about. Let me just read out this number so we can have some of these questions pop in later. Can we do that? Okay, 788 66 03 26. And my name is simply Paul, just Paul. Just Paul. So if you have more questions, 788 66 03 26. We have left a lot of information out, and I think we can keep that moving after the session because we're out of time. Unless someone has a very, very, very burning question, I think we are good to go. Huh? Parking lot is what? Oh, there's a parking lot.
So those of you that still have questions for him, I think you should go to the parking lot and place them there. Yes, thank you, Dr. Paul. Let us have this gentleman here to give him an abako.
Okay. Let's give Dr. Paul an abako. Abako, 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 kalabanda, kalabanda, Dr. Paul.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Paul. That was really informative. So we are supposed to have our breakfast, yeah? But we got some issues in the kitchen. Yeah, so the break is going to delay a bit, but I request that we be patient and you forgive us. Yeah? So we're going to have a 5 minutes break. You can move out, you can stretch a bit. Then we'll have another session. But midway that session, our break tea will be ready. Yecha you are sure. So 5 minutes, we come back. Then the people that are supposed to answer the free test, please use this time to answer that.
Good morning once again. Are we tired yet? We are tired. Not yet. I'm going to keep this session really, really short, and it's going to be one of the most interactive ones. And I want everybody to be really, really, really active in this, because whatever we're going to talk about is about us, right? My name is Paul Luanyaga, sexual reproductive health advocate, a medical practitioner, and a youth as well. So I'm really excited to be here because I believe peer educators, us here, are the most important piece in the future of our health, right? Because whatever we're going to talk about here, meanwhile, this is not going to be a lecture. I want everybody to think about this as an experience. We are getting information that we are going to take to our friends, our peers, our relatives, and that information is probably going to influence health choices, all right? We are going to talk about sexually transmitted infections today. And I'm going to get all the information about that from the team here, right? Because we know about these things. We know sex. We've had experiences. We've heard so much about it. So we have the information. We just want to make sure that we have the right information. Is that clear? Thank you. For starters, even before we get into the topic of sexually transmitted infections, I want us to think about how important right information is in influencing decisions, and how grave wrong information means in influencing what? Decisions, right? I just want to give you an example. Usually when you're seated in a clinical room, you get so many stories because people come in with so many issues. And you get to understand what really people go through, right? For the girls here, and probably the gentlemen, have you heard about, I would probably just pass around the mic for people to tell me some of the information they have had about emergency contraception other than the pills. Has anyone had anything other than the pills that we know that can prevent a pregnancy that you think may not be right information? Anyone? I'll make it simple. There are so many people that come in telling me that when one has sex today and they don't want to get pregnant, they can use Coca-Cola to prevent that. Have you heard about that? Have you heard about that? Good. Others tell me that when you use 10 tablets of Panadol, it can prevent a pregnancy. You've heard about that, right? There are so many things that people talk about, and he probably has. He seems to be the expert. Yes, it's okay.
There was an issue. They also told us some people used to say that after having sex and you jump.
So, yeah, he has one. We are appreciating the what wrong information can do to us, right?
Good morning. Yes, my name is Blackie. Like me, I got, you know how you make these green herbs, that if you bathe with it, you can never get pregnant at any cost. I don't know how true it is.
He has one as well.
My name is Arthur. Someone told me that when you take a lot of tea leaves, like 4 packets, or like those big ones, can't get pregnant after having sex.
You don't get pregnant after that. Thank you so much. So by talking about all that, I wanted people to appreciate how much wrong information can do to us. So imagine someone who has taken 10 tablets of Panadol and they expect not to get pregnant. They are probably going to end up with an unwanted pregnancy. We understand that. So we are here to understand the facts about sexually transmitted infections, such that we can transmit the right information to our peers. Is that clear? Thank you. I wanted to get a few expectations from us. I want just like 4 of what we expect from this session, from the team. Just quick ones. What we expect to learn from this session. So we just focus on those.
Muwedeyo. Anthem. The Chipmunks, Arnold, Mujuzi.
Let me get you the middle. Yeah. What's your microphone?
Hello. Bane tuwulirize bano abantu. They are going to sing for us their anthem. In 1 minute.
It's get up, get up. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Get up, get everybody, get up, get up.
Get up, everybody, shake. Get up,
everybody, get up, get up. Let them stand for the anthem. Let them stand for the anthem. Okay.
Everyone stand up.
Guys,
Can you stand up for our anthem? Please.
Guys, one second. So I said, do you want to know leave as you play? Oh yes, so shake it.
guys, can everyone stand up? Please.
Guys, stand up.
Guys,
Me, yeah. Wait. Guys on the phone, eh?
Guys, we meet it.
Guys on the phone, eh?
Hello. Please stand up. I know you're hungry, but tea is coming.
Hey, Lisa.
We have a song, our anthem.
Lisa. No.
So let us sing, eh? And we also have to shake. Eh? So the song goes like this. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Get up and shake.
Get up, get up,
Get up and shake.
Yo, do you want to know me?
Oh yes.
My name is Muju.
Oh yes.
I am a chipmunk.
Oh yes.
Because I can
shake.
Know me.
Oh yes.
My name is Sarah.
Oh yes.
I am from Chipmunks.
Oh yes.
Because I
Shake. You want to know me? Oh yes.
My name is Cedric.
Oh yes.
I'm from the Chipmunks.
Oh yes.
I can
Shake.
You want to know me?
Oh yes.
I am Emmanuel.
Oh yes.
I am a chipmunk.
Oh yes.
Because I
Do you want to know me? My name is Asa, and I am Chipmunks. Of course, I shake, shake, shake.
The nobles, the nobles, the nobles. Letitia, the nobles basaleko max biri. Asibaise, twagambye. Let us sit. Twagambye when we mention your group name, you respond with a slogan. See what twagambye kumacha? Simba. 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 ASAP. 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 The future. Tugenda maso. The future. The future. Muyimirire aba future. Aba future muyimirire. Praise, William, Rina, Beverlyn, Chris, John, Salvatrice. John at least woli nkulaba. Max, tugenda bajjako Max meka 15 lwaki abalala tebaliiwo.
Tebaliiwo olwa embeera y'obudde eyakyuse mu biseera ebimu ne mu bitundu ebimu eby'eggwanga amataba gayiise.
Letitia, the future bagyeko 10 marks. Mutule. The Transformers. The Transformers. The Transformers. The Chipmunks. Shake, shake. Mwe. The Chipmunks. Bana slogan ya mwete mujimanyi. We shake shake over the rodent family. Slogan yeriwa. Okay. The Chipmunks. The Chipmunks. The Chipmunks. The Nobles. The Nobles. Simba. Simba. Ndoza gotwade Max Setan mumutegedde kati. All right, let's join our hands and welcome Mr. CEO. Abako, baliwo bano ba Transformers. Mwabakulembedde leero.
Abako, 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 Kalabanda. Kalabanda. To Mr. CEO.
Good morning. Good morning. I know the energies are low, so I'm going to try and make this as interactive as possible. I have also not had breakfast. Nakubiye wendobo thinking I would have here, but it looks like they decided they will do it later. So, quick one. I know that the previous facilitator had already taken us through some interesting parts of, HIV as part of STIs, not so? So we are just going to dive in. We have very short time so that we are able to catch on what? On time. My name is Charles Emma Ofono. My friends call me CEO. I am a CEO, but my name's also Make CEO. Are we together? So when they say CEO, please do not think I have a lot of money. I don't. I work with the Office of the President as a Commissioner for Youth attached to the Uganda AIDS Commission. How many have ever had Uganda AIDS Commission? How many have never had Uganda AIDS Commission? It's the first time you're hearing about it. Okay? Who can tell us what they know about the Uganda AIDS Commission? Anything. It could be a location, it could be someone, your uncle could be working there. You can tell us, oh, my uncle works there. Or what they do. Anyone? Oh, okay. But this man looks like my OB.
I'm trying. Yes, the Uganda AIDS Commission decides on how best they can improve on the status of how people who are living with HIV should live, and they also help get the medication that is given freely.
Which class are you? You're not in class, eh? Okay. Now I know why he has the answers. So, the Uganda AIDS Commission is a government entity. It's an oversight body that is responsible to monitor, observe, coordinate, and literally oversee the entire HIV and AIDS program in Uganda. Are we together? So whoever is doing anything around HIV or AIDS at some point has to subscribe to the commission for purposes of, regulation, for purposes of coordination and accreditation. Are we together? So that's what we do. We are not an NGO. Okay? So don't come, we are not funders, don't come asking for money, we don't have money. That's why you see today we are here to talk about HIV briefly. Are we together? So, I will jump in directly. If I ask the definition of HIV, all of you will tell me you know. So who doesn't know what HIV is? So that we support them. Okay, who knows? Who knows what HIV is? All of you refuse to put up your hand when I asked who doesn't know. Okay, who doesn't know if they know? It's okay, by the way. You be there. He knows. Okay. You don't know if you know. You know. Okay, let's first hear from you.
HIV full human deficiency virus.
Human
immunodeficiency virus.
Human immunodeficiency virus. Okay. You want to say the same thing or different?
Yeah, it is human immunodeficiency virus responsible.
Human immunodeficiency virus responsible for AIDS. Okay? So some of you will ask, HIV has 3 letters, not so? But when we are defining it, we add another small letter. Do I have some enemies in this room? Why is my microphone going on and off? Okay. So it's human immunodeficiency virus. Okay? The reason why we put deficiency is because by nature, the moment you say immune, you're supposed to have it. Okay? So what HIV does is that it kills that immunity. So when it kills it, you become deficient. Are we together? That's why the D is there. It's a silent D when you're saying HIV, but when you're defining it, it must come out. Okay? Now, AIDS. Who knows AIDS? Yes, the other gender. I don't think they had you. Who's the loudest person in this room? Who do you say is the loudest? Okay, you are now so many. So how many say is the loudest? Okay, how many say is the loudest? How many say is the loudest? Now, you even don't have voters. Who is the loudest? You point at the loudest, okay. Let everyone point at the loudest. This one, the other one. This one is the loudest. The other one is assistant. Okay. Did you hear what she said? You tell them so that everyone can understand.
Acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
Acquired immune. Wanje? Chichi, the D is becoming a problem. Eh? So you people are becoming peer educators, not so? Or you're already there? How many already peer educators? Then they say, for me, I am already a peer educator. By what I have learned so far, Ndikafuru. How many? Okay, him, her. Who else? I don't know. For you, are putting on 2 for you and your neighbor over. For you, eh? Him. What's up with the rest? They need motivation. They are still there? Activating or cultivating? Activating. Okay. So, one of the principles of a peer educator is confidence. Are we together? You must be able to speak. People are not going to give you time to listen to you if you are not confident about what you're saying. And that comes with audibility. Okay? That comes with presentation. Presentation says a lot. You can decide to be smart. Okay? You can decide to be extremely smart depending on who you're going to talk to. Are we together? But the first principle is you must be confident. When you're confident, even what you dress in gives you what? Gives you what? Yeah? Gives you confidence. Are we together? So it has to be first from inside. Yeah? So for me, that's my takeaway. I have been a peer educator. I'm still a peer educator to my peers. Since I'm I am still a peer educator. My peers now sit at the back there. So those are my peers. When people are teaching for them, they are at the back. So when you also get out there and you start telling people about what you have learned here or what you will have learned by that time, you need to build yourself to represent the institution called Reach a Hand, but also represent yourself. Because Reach a Hand will continue to exist even without you. You know that? So whatever you're doing here, you're doing it for yourself, so that tomorrow you become a better version of you. So, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. That is AIDS. Okay? How do we get AIDS? Mine are very simple. If you know, okay, you first give to interesting explanation. How do you get AIDS? Let's for this is your neighbor, you must have coped. Your hand was up. It was not, eh? Eh. People in Shirasha. Eh. No, let's see from.
We can get sex through having sex. We can get AIDS through having sex with an infected person.
How do we get AIDS?
Through having unprotected kissings with the infected person.
But we know you kiss, but I don't know why you're fighting the man. The man's answer is, you it looks like people want to say no. You cannot get it through unprotected kissing. I will get back to that. You want to respond to that? You're opposing. Those who are opposing, you want to correct your answer. Let him correct before you oppose.
The reason why I'm saying unprotected kissing you know, there is when someone kisses and eventually makes some damage to the person, then when there is a blood sharing, it means it's going to contract AIDS. Then if it is protected, of course, there is no blood transfusion.
Okay. You will ask those questions later. For me, I first want to know, one of the principles, another principle that you need to learn is every answer is correct. It's all about perception. Are we together? She's saying, no, 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 no. Don't throw bottles. Yes.
I think AIDS is acquired when the virus outweighs our immune system.
Abako, Kalabanda, give this man some flowers. That's what I wanted us to end up in. AIDS is unacquired. AIDS is not what you get when you have unprotected sex. Okay? You get it after your immunity has been compromised. So what we all defined earlier is how you can get HIV. Are we together? I wanted us to differentiate those two parameters. HIV is what is transmittable. Transmittable means you get it from one person to the other. It's not airborne. It's a contact disease. It's one of those diseases we call communicable diseases. You know, is that you must communicate. So there must be someone here sending a message, another person receiving a message. When there is that contact, then you get HIV. Now the principles of how you get it is now where we are getting to of unprotected kissing, mother to child. Which other one? Unprotected sex, sharing of sharp unsterilized devices. But that one, these days we are contesting it because of how technology has advanced. It's very rare that you would share unsterilized devices. But I want us to go back to unprotected kissing. Madam, what were you saying now that you are here?
I wanted to first ask him, did he understand the meaning
Yep.
of AIDS?
I think he did. That's why he answered about the kissing. Okay, you explain it to him.
What was given was unprotected kissing, and if we are using percentages, and a percentage of 100, it should be like 0.5% for someone to get even HIV through kissing. Because you can't kiss someone having sores in their mouth, and you can see that that's being insane. Yes. So I didn't think he understood AIDS. And you can't get AIDS through kissing. Because when I look at AIDS, AIDS are the diseases we get when we have HIV, right? Due to our weak immune system. I don't think they can be shared through saliva. Yes.
Can you get HIV through kissing?
Yeah, you can. No, you can. If someone has sores in their mouth and you also have an open wound on your lips and you kiss and you get to exchange, you can.
How many say you can get HIV through kissing? Okay, how many say, wow, singa twalwala da. We have done these things. Okay, they are not experts, but they have read about it. So, that's an interesting discussion. For you say you can. At the risk of the person having sores, and you also have sores.
Let's say I have a wound. I have a wound in my mouth, on my tongue, and I didn't realize.
It's not, obviously.
So if he also has, let's say, tar-like wounds within, and we get to kiss, and maybe, or let's not think about the wounds. Let's think about someone being a bad kisser and they get to bite you.
Go on. Yes, please. Uh-huh.
Yes, so you get to exchange fluids, because HIV is specifically not blood, but the fluids. Unless this person is on treatment and the viral count is very low. Yes.
Okay, we'll get there. So she says, you can. How many say we can't? Yes, just give to her. She's behind you. This gender has a lot of experience. You give her. Uh-huh.
It's not about experience, but I think you can't, because HIV is got through like semen, those blood fluids and all that. So I think, no, you can't, according to me.
HIV is in my body. So all the fluids within me have the HIV in them, because these are cells. Yes, saliva is a fluid.
Name the fluids in your body.
There are many, and I'm not a biology student. You can
Yeah.
help me.
Okay. Okay. So, she has.
The HIV virus can be found in the saliva, but that virus is extremely small, so you can't get HIV through kissing.
Okay. Now, let's first understand, Madam. Let's first understand what is kissing. Kissing is it's all about the lips, the saliva, and maybe the tongue to enjoy. Not so. HIV, you say all fluids in your body. Is HIV in urine? Is it in tears? Is it in sweat? I'm not so that a biology man, but now in saliva, if you kiss someone and blood comes in your mouth, that's not kissing. Maybe that is blood transfusion in the other way. But kissing, if it involves blood, you're old enough. How can you kiss someone who has wounds on the mouth? If kissing, HIV was transmitted through kissing, I'm very sure the reality would have been many people would be affected with HIV. Thank you.
I feel like giving it to. I'm coming. Let me first hear from.
Well, I guess the only way guys can get HIV through kissing is through lip ulcers or bleeding gums. Yeah, other than that, not saliva.
New words have come in. Deep ulcers and bleeding gums. I have a feeling by the time we finish, you will have gotten the answer. Everyone will have gotten the answer, okay?
Okay. Thanks very much. Since we are talking about exchange of the blood, and when someone kisses, we are seeing like you have a small wound, and eventually you also have, you get. Then more so, why are we neglecting this small percentage that is in the saliva, since we are talking of the HIV? Why are we neglecting it?
Okay. For you, an advocate, you don't want it to be neglected. There was a hand here. Why are we neglecting this percentage?
Members, to settle this, like she clearly told you that a person with wounds in the mouth, yes, you wouldn't know that that person has wounds. You will eventually kiss her or him. If you don't know, then that's when you get that virus. But if it is not the wounds and there's no access with the blood or those fluids, and it's saliva only, I say there is no any way you can get that HIV.
Okay. I want us to close with him. For you, I'm giving a chance later.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, what you should understand is that you first get the definition. We are talking about HIV, stroke AIDS, right? And we know it is a virus. Automatically, if someone has wounds in the mouth, we are not sure of how long, or maybe it's a fresh wound or it's a healing wound. But the fact that there are wounds in the mouth and I'm kissing this person is a way that, okay, if I'm HIV positive, I'll use myself. If I'm HIV positive, automatically you will get HIV.
Okay, before you bow, one, where do we find HIV? Who can tell us where HIV can survive comfortably? I want to give someone who has not yet spoken. Yes.
I think HIV, being a virus, stays in the blood of an infected person.
Okay, blood, yes. Where else can we find HIV? Yes. Waku brown ayogere.
Yeah, maybe also in the breast milk and semen.
Breast milk and semen. Apparently, they want to know what semen is. Oh, yeah. There was a hand up here. Yes. So could you could do.
Yes, I wanted to add on the thing of the kissing.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, to me, I think this is a disease that is transmitted through blood. So I think if you kiss somebody and they don't have, even if either of you, one of you has something like a wound, but the other one doesn't have any way to contract his blood with the other blood, there might be no infection. But if both of you have something that can release blood, because there can be wounds, but which cannot release blood, this is something that does with blood. To me, that's what I think, sir.
So, we say that we can find it in blood. We can find it in what? Breast milk. Wanji? Someone is saying something. Vaginal fluids. Okay. Even what? Someone is saying tears, eh? Saliva, eh? Is that the spelling of saliva? Maisaso maluzungu. What else? Semen. What else? One day someone said, even in sharp objects. So, now let's dissect. Wanje? Let's dissect. In blood, we all agree it's there. It can survive there. In breast milk, it can survive there. In vaginal fluids, it can survive there. Saliva, it can survive there. Wanje? Yes, no, yes, no. Semen, it can survive there. Okay. This is the science around the saliva. Technically, saliva is a high pH fluid. It's not a drug. So, normally, HIV would be able to survive in the saliva. But as someone said, in very, very low quantity, because the saliva is an operational fluid. You know that? Every second, you're changing. You know that? You're swallowing and reproducing. You're swallowing and reproducing. Are we together? For someone to transmit HIV through saliva, you'd have to collect a bucket of it, and they drink it to actually be able to get, to have a say, reasonable, opportunity to get the virus. I'm coming to your issue about kissing. There are rare cases to transmit HIV through kissing, unless, as we said, the person has open, deep sores, and you also have open, deep sores, and there is contact of blood. Get the difference? Not saliva, but blood. Are we together? How many of you have ever gotten wounds in your mouth? How many have never gotten wounds in their mouth? Your gums have never bled. Mafia. All of us have at one point gotten some wounds. But the system in your mouth is built in a very interesting way. First, it has a very high healing capacity. Are we together? How many of you have ever held here? No ulianga waliwo those balls here, around here. Do you know what they are called? They are called lymph nodes. Here. Sometimes they are here, sometimes they are here, sometimes they are here. Have you gotten them? Do you know what they do? Lymph nodes are like a sack of white blood cells. A sack of white blood cells. So when they are here, it means this part going upwards has something that is not right. It's affected. So what your body does, it sends a detach of battalion. Ga mugende twachizudde nti eri waliwo abayekera. So they come, they build here, they build here. So they keep sending army to go and fight, whether it's bacteria, whether it is, a virus, a virus could be flu. When you get something around your arms or your chest area, the army is built around here. One white batia muluzungu. Armpit, eh? So every time you feel that kind of thing, there is something wrong with your chest cavity area. So that is the army that fights. When it's around your legs, it's here or here, depending. You know that? But this is basic science. So those are white blood cells. Are we together? Do you ever ask yourself why they are in those specific areas? Here, here, and here. I will not ask those questions. So, what are we saying? That the likelihood, the highest ratio of distribution for HIV or transmission is in blood. That's the easiest way to get it. Because in your blood there is a very high concentration. So modes of transmission of having unprotected sex, it's because there is that assumption that when you have unprotected sex, how many of you, and I won't ask how many of you have had sex. I know you're all going to tell me yes, and I know some have not. So, when you have sex, there is a lot of friction happening. You know that? Friction happening, but the skin around your private parts, the vagina and the penis, the top layer of the penis is very thin. Okay? So when you're down there, there could be possibility of blood, but there is also semen and vaginal fluids, which are also high concentrants for HIV virus. So when you get in contact with one of those three, blood, semen, or vaginal fluids, there is a very high likelihood that this virus can penetrate through the layer of that skin. Are we together? Not this top skin, but the skin inside, the vagina, the top layer of the penis. All of you, wait, do you have a dildo here, something to demonstrate how a penis looks like? Or even if we have a femidone, it could also work. I want to show you which areas expose you mostly to HIV. When you are learning about STIs, there are areas of your body that some viruses can penetrate. There are areas that may not be penetrable. For example, how many of you have you ever heard of human papilloma virus? HPV. Angie? Yes. What have you heard about it?
HPV is a virus that causes cervical cancer, but it's carried by males. But of course, cervical cancer is going to present in the females because they have the cervix. That's what I know.
Very good. HPV is a virus. A virus that when a guy has it, it's dormant, purely dormant. Temukosa. He can have it, he can be with it for the next 50 years. Are we together? But the moment he has sex with a woman and HPV finds its way through the cervix, they get cervical cancer. Are we together? It's transmittable, but when for a man it's something that they wouldn't even think about. Are we together? There are a lot of those diseases that one gender can have. You know that when a woman has gonorrhea, she can literally be with it for months and even years. The only thing you would know is the smell, the discharge, but it wouldn't hurt her. But the moment you get it as a guy, if you stay for 2 days, you'll be lucky. Today you'll get it, the itching will start. Tomorrow you'll go to the toilet and you will start shouting like those people who whistle while they are, my goodness, my goodness. 3rd day, you cannot even allow that urine to pass. So there are those diseases. Now, these diseases pre-expose us to HIV. How? If, let's say, a lady has gonorrhea, first, it is mildly itchy, but it leaves sores in the vagina. So the exposure becomes even times 3 for HIV, if she has HIV. Or if you have HIV and you have unprotected sex, because the entrance is open. Are we together? I will now pull back to the normal conversation that we are, now that we are all back here. So, how do we prevent transmission? Your hand was very ready up. She wants to.
There's something I wanted to understand more.
Okay.
They say, like, if someone's viral load who has HIV is detectable, there are high chances of getting HIV. What if it's not detectable? How are the chances? Low or high?
Okay. When your viral load is not detectable, Can you transmit? Who wants to respond? Why do these two people sit this side? Let me go here.
There is what we call U equals U. Undetectable, untransmissible, is it? U equals U. So when the virus is not seen, that means that you cannot transmit the HIV to another person. That means that if it's undetectable, that means that you take all your drugs. So you cannot transmit the virus to another person.
U equals U. How many have heard stories about people who go to church and they are healed of HIV? Wanji? It is nonsense. Eh? Why? Because you are not a believer or because it doesn't happen? Both. Eh? So, where is the water coming from? I thought there were people who were... Okay. So the concept of U equals U in earlier days is the reason why you would hear people who are initial on ARVs saying they went to church, they prayed for them, and they finally tested negative, or they don't have the virus. Are we together? When you go for an HIV test, we test for antibodies. Are we together? Antibodies that react to the virus. Yeah? Now, what used to happen is, normally when you're on your ARVs, you already knew you had HIV. So you swallow them for like 10 years. Okay? Even become healthy. You go to church, the pastor tells you, I'm going to pray for you. You probably disclose to them that you're living with HIV. They pray for you and they tell you you're healed. You know that pastors are theorists. Eh? They study theology. So one of the best things they know is to manage expectations. So they know that if you've been adhering to ARVs for the last 10 years adequately, there is a high likelihood that your viral load has reduced significantly. So they pray for you, you go, you test. The first time you might find it there. Okay? You come back, you say, but they tell you, no, give it time, stay on the medicine. We prayed for you. Jesus works with support from scientists. So you continue on your medicine. They keep praying for you as you're also swallowing the medicines. So you reduce your viral load to undetectable levels. You go for a test. They realize that it comes out negative. That is the antibody test. It comes out negative. You come back jubilating. You don't have the virus. You go, you spread the news. If it reaches us at our office, we will call and try and find out and go and do more tests. And you know, most of these cases, all of them, they always come back positive when the test is redone. Not because we sabotage or anything, but because we don't want people to get the wrong perception. So where is the wrong perception? When you become undetectable, doesn't mean you don't have the virus. Are we together? It means you still have the virus and you can transmit. Wanji, you want to say something?
It means you just suppressed it.
He has brought the very nice word. It means you have suppressed the virus. But it is in your bone marrows, it is in your blood in very low quantity, and you can transmit it. Are we together? Keyword, you can still transmit it. How? If you stop taking your drugs correctly. But if you consistently manage to suppress it and stay in the undetectable category, you can have sex with another person and they may not get the virus. And mark these words, may not. I don't want you to wake up in the morning and tell people, no, for you just swallow your medicine, when you are undetectable, you are done. Gendo kubevulyo lumba. That's the reason why we are having recurring infections. Because people get comfortable when they realize they can actually, that they know about you equals you. 1 week later, something has happened. You know that even when you get a disease as malaria, simple as malaria, your immunity is compromised. So if you are under the category of you equals you, and you test for malaria, we recommend you automatically halt unprotected sex and start protecting. Because that small malaria will affect your immunity and the virus will come back on the charts. All together. So it must be a monitored process. Suppression, yes. Madam, when you suppress the virus to undetectable levels, you may not transmit it. Okay? For people who are living with HIV, we always encourage them to understand and appreciate the concept of protection. And we only recommend you equals to you in processes where you are a couple and you want to procreate, you want to have children. That's when we recommend you go to that category of tuliwano. But it's not for pleasure sex. Are we together? The previous facilitator spoke about PEP and PrEP. Did we understand them? PEP and PrEP are purely prevention methods for HIV, not STIs. You know, eh? Don't go there and say, nze bampe PEP, bangambi oli alina gonorrhea, olumbise. No. They are purely for HIV. PrEP is before. PEP is after exposure or assumed exposure. Someone will want to know, are they different medicines? No. It's the same set of ARVs. The only difference is the timing when you start and the other person when they start. If you're the kind of person who wants to be sure, sure, otandika maybe a week before, nomire eddagala lyo, n'ogenda, you eat, and then you continue with your medicine. Now, these are interventions that we only recommend to people who are in certain categories, not for us. Are we together? If you are a sex worker, we recommend that you, if protection doesn't work for you, you can go on PrEP. Are we together? If you're one night stand and you feel you're exposed, you know, one night stand you can even not pick someone's number. Eh? Mwesanze awo owaboda n'abakuba ekigwo mu trench ne mwerya buli omu n'adda ewuwe. You only wake up and you're like, why? What happened? Eh? All the people around you will tell you, oh, the border guy. Eh? Hey, you think the other girl, I tell you left her, you did. Then you run and you get your PEP. Yes, sir.
Simple question. You said PEP and PrEP, they are the same medicine as ARVs.
They are ARVs.
So let's take a scenario when I eat the one with AIDS. Is it fine? I can also start the medicine that she is on.
That's a good question. One, they are in art and retroviral treatments. There are different regimens or categories of treatment. Are we together? When you have just acquired the virus, they will do tests. Are we together? And they will know if you acquired the virus from someone who is on regimen 2 or 1 or 3. Are we together? Are we together? If you acquire HIV from someone who is on line 3, drug line 1 and 2 will not work for you. Because the virus you acquired already mutated from those two categories. You have to start where? Up there. Are we together? Now, for PEP and PrEP, the design is different because we give you this medicine before the virus is even detectable so that the virus can go and close the entry points. Let me just do for you a demonstration. So, who stole my marker? Please raise up your hand. Yeah, okay. She did not steal. HIV, the virus called HIV, mutates. You know what mutation is? It changes shapes, it changes outlook, it even adapts. That's what mutation is. For those who watch movies, you know how shapeshifters work. Are we together? This is how your white blood cell is. So imagine, okay, the design might not be as nice as you want it, but imagine that this is your white blood cell. Okay? These are receptors. When the virus comes, it attaches to this receptor. Are we together? Then it enters and destroys this white blood cell, and it creates its own cell or body that looks exactly like the white blood cell. Are we together? Then it reproduces its children in the same shape. You know what happens after that? When it reproduces those children in this same shape of the white blood cell, these children attack all the white blood cells that are within that vicinity because they have the same shape. So your white blood cells behaves in two ways. One, those that are still white blood cells will not attack the virus because they think it's one of them. But the virus keeps attacking the white blood cells. Before you notice, this entire army of white blood cells has been switched to HIV in the same shape. Are we together? Now, when you start on treatment, when you take ARVs, ARVs come and build a wall on the white blood cells that are white blood cells that are not the virus. Are we together? Those that are still safe, it builds a wall around them. Is the science too much over? We are understanding? So this is your white blood cell inside. The outer layer is the drug that you are taking. So your white blood cells continue producing other white blood cells as the virus cannot enter because the receptors are shielded. Okay? So you continue producing. Now, if the virus mutates, let's say you stopped taking the drugs. You're on, let's say, line 1. You stop taking it. This protection stops being there. Are we together? So the virus now adapts to this new layer. So it starts producing its children in this new layer of we are protected. So when it does that, it starts killing all the white blood cells that are produced as a result of this protection. So when you come to the health center or you go to the doctor is going to give you line 2 of treatment. Now line 2 of treatment will not give the same shape of protection. It will be a more aggressive, it could even be, it will probably support your white blood cells to come into this shape. Are we together? So you start producing white blood cells like this. Now don't look at this graphically. Just imagine that all this is happening in your body. Now this is line 2, protection. Now you start producing white blood cells that are protecting these cells. By the time you're here, these cells are probably dead, but you still have some army. Katugambe bano babadde bagundi, bakopolo bani, balutenanti, kadogo, now you have the canals. Tukwatagana. Bebali ku line 2. Line 3, nga line 2 eganye. Now how line 2 egane etya? If you decide not to take your drugs, again, ku line 2, you kill that immunity protection. It gets also destroyed. Tukwatagana. That means to what to now to line 3, which is the last line. Are we together? That last line is very, very, very aggressive. Until omuntu ali ku line 1, afuna side effects ezitali very aggressive. Line 2, medium. Tukwatagana. Wobanga luli wali wafunanga ebirooto ng'ogwa mu binnya. Ku line 2 oyinza ofuna ebirooto ng'ogwa mu binnya, kyokka nga mu binnya mulimu ebintu ebisala. Tukwatagana. Bw'olandinga nga waliyo emisota. Have you ever had those weird dreams, eh? Where you wake up, you've kicked everything around you and you're sweating. Now imagine those dreams are happening to you times 2 because you're on line 2. On line 3, now the drugs even start affecting your body generally. So it's high reactive on line 3. Kataobo yingide category SFC. Tukwatagana. Special Forces, last mile. Kasta olemerwa line 3. Twate tuna cha kukolera. You automatically upgrade to 8 stage and we start managing symptoms. Are we together? That's how. If you get HIV from someone who is on line 2, we will start you on drugs for line 2. Tetujja kuza mabega mu line 1. We'll start you on line 2 treatment. If you get from line 3, we shall start you on treatment for line 3. If you're living with HIV, you're on line 1, and then you go and you have sex with someone who is also living with HIV on line 3, you automatically upgrade to line 3 treatment. Are we together? Because the virus you have gotten has mutated. It is no longer the other, snail one. Ene kuba. Are we together? So those are the dynamics of what we call treatment and viral management in HIV. But when you're on PEP and PrEP, the reason why PEP and PrEP works, even when you get the virus from someone on line 3, is because you build the immunity defense before the virus has actually started attacking the white blood cells. So PrEP comes and builds a shell. Akawuka wekayingira kanonya white blood cell tekalaba, kanonya white blood cell tekalaba, ne kafiirawo mu gap. Tekalaba wakugenda. Yes, sir.
I have a question. I'm not a medic, but since there are many medics in this room, they will try to advise me. Now, what I'm seeing here, there is a theory that goes outside there. They say HIV is a project for making money. Now I'm just assuming, using my logic, can't these people, since science is evolving, can they come up with a drug that can, as you've said on level 1, that makes our white blood cell have that shield, even if before we have sex with unprotected people, because they can. We hear that in Germany. I don't know if it is a myth or what and what, that these people produce drugs and they have immunization medicine. And can they try to come up with a medicine just like these women, they take emergency pills. They make for us kapep, when it is just like a tablet. When you're scared, you take your kapep. Because science is evolving. Thank you.
It is actually there. Even when we talk about PEP and PrEP, these are all supposed to be sub-vaccination mechanisms. Something that you're supposed to take to prevent you from acquiring, okay? Now when you go, science has evolved. There are countries that have advanced. Are we together? When you want PEP, you just go, they give you one injection, and you're safe for the next 1 month or 3 months. Are we together? They're even now upgrading it to now 6 months. Probably later they will now take it to that place where I say, you take it and you know, your immunity is now protected maybe for 10 years. Just like how we vaccinate against polio, you know, we immunize against these diseases. We are hoping that's where we'll go. But the science is evolving every day. But for third world countries, we can't afford that. Because you know that all the ARVs in Uganda is actually paid for by government. So they cannot afford those medicines. Those advanced research is still expensive.
Yeah, main is a question. If one slept with a HIV positive person, then to you who has been infected, how long does it take for HIV to manifest?
So, if you have sex with, let's say I'm the HIV positive person, you have sex with me today. One, the transmission, if the transmission has happened, you know that sometimes the transmission might not happen. You know that, but we don't encourage you to assume that. But the transmission might not happen. If, for example, you're circumcised, there is a likelihood that you may reduce that chance to about 60%. You know, if you are the guy, you don't have it. But if you have it, the lady is 100% unprotected. Are we together? Because circumcision only protects who? Only protects the man. Are we together? Now, if you have sex with me today and you get the virus today, in a period of 3 days, well, today, now they say 3 days, but initially it was 1 week, we can detect that you have the virus if we test. Are we together? But in 24 hours of getting that virus, you can transmit it. There's what we call a window period, when the virus is still attacking the white blood cells around that particular area of transmission. Okay? That is the highest rate of transmission happens. Like in that window period, it could be a month, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 months. That is when you're very, very, very actively transmitting the virus. Obakasazo, obanga battery, jebaka charging. The moment someone says, give me some, chup, distributed. Me too, chup, done. So, that is a very high risk period. That's why we recommend that even when you're on PrEP and PrEP, we still recommend that if you're on PrEP, you might continue having your sex because you continuously protect yourself. But if you're on PrEP, that period of PrEP, we recommend that you do not have unprotected sex. Because if the virus was in the system, before it's flushed out, you can transmit it. Are we together? Oh, the signs and symptoms that you have acquired the virus. Who can tell us? How do you know that someone has HIV? Quick, maybe 1 or 2. Due to time factors. Yes?
Muscle pain and fever.
Muscle pain and fever. Yeah. Okay. Wait, that is for you as an individual. Hey. Okay. Who else? How do you know that someone has HIV? Apparently, he has read the books. The answers are with him.
Sunken eyes.
Sunken eyes, eh? Maaso gagwa munda. Akawanga neka. Okay. Uh-huh.
Skin rash and sores on the mouth.
Skin rash and sores on the mouth. Uh-huh.
You can't tell that someone is HIV without testing them, either positive or negative.
You can't tell when?
Because I know someone looking very healthy, but she's positive.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that
Wait, you know someone?
she's very healthy.
But you know she has HIV?
Yeah.
How do you know?
because she takes pills for HIV, yeah.
Which pills? Which color?
For blue,
Blue, eh?
yeah.
From which pack?
I think you first have to check them.
Okay. So, I'll conclude with that. The only way you know that someone has HIV is if they tested and disclosed. Are we together? They must disclose. Even when they are taking pills, that's not reason enough to assume. Are we together? The person could be on diabetes drugs. Person could be managing a very chronic disease. And you know, some people these days say, buli ddaga eribeera mu kacupa lya balwadde. So every time there is a bottle and someone is swallowing a pill from there, they're like, add on the statistic. Yes.
Akawuka kavawa.
Akawuka kavaawa. The origin of HIV. Okay. Manje, you want to answer? Yeah. Where is another question? Hey.
All right, good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, I want to know, because some people have told me that if someone has the pink or red lips, when they see you, then you have HIV. Is it true or fake? I don't know.
Nice. Okay. Try the first one.
The first one, the origin of HIV. HIV was invented.
HIV was invented. From where? Adam and Eve?
No. Like how COVID-19 was invented.
From where?
Okay, like Sintimbu. Let me use Sintimbu no like over kale chengeza ko gaba bakakola bukozi like bachikola bukozi.
From the lab?
Yes.
Someone went and designed it and
Escape. I don't have so much about it, but the little that I've had and the few workshops I've attended, like literally it's about that, and the reason they say they created it was to reduce on the number of people. Yes.
Okay. Someone else wants to try? Yes.
Okay. I think mostly it came from South Africa.
From South Africa?
Because, okay. That was the most area which was hit by that virus. Another thing that I know about AIDS, I think it was that kind of theory about, was it a chimpanzee or a monkey? Yeah, kind of a monkey. They were making some tests.
A monkey? They were doing some tests?
Some doctors who like finding out what. So it brought that thing to be big, so they couldn't have controlled it, so it widened.
Yeah. So it's possible that the doctor did tests on a monkey, and then later it jumped.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
According to the theories, they say in the late 60s in South Africa, this is when urban terrorism occurred between the whites and these black, the Zulus and what. So these people, they say HIV was a biochemical weapon. So they came up with this so that they can try to decrease the number of South Africans, the blacks, in their country. Unfortunately, it spread. And that's why if you follow on record, Idi Amin Dada coming to power in the 70s, he talked about this disease, and also Mwalimu Julius Nyerere in history. They also warned the world that there is a disease that is coming that is manufactured by the whites.
Okay. These are interestingly new, okay? Ziwedeyo? Oh, eh, okay. Mr. Eyes
I wanted
Ken.
to answer this one about the South African history. Byagambye mbu HIV yava South Africa. No, waliwo ekisawe kyatuuka nga abakazi batono mu South Africa. So ne ba exporting abakazi okuva ebweru ne babaleeta South Africa. So nga ne babasanga nga muhavinga sex buli omu. Si kibi kati so akawuka ne ka spreading away kati.
Okay. I now know you people are very clever. You have all these answers. But lekera uliza aba border. Aboda aja basula mu bizibu. So, where did polio come from? Polio. Wait, do you guys even know what polio is? Did you study about the 6 killer diseases? Which ones are there? Eh? Sexually transmitted? What? Measles, TB. Hiya. So I'm going to give you the basic. One, HIV, do you know why they call it human? Do you know why they call HIV, when they started with the human? Because it affects only humans. Mark the word, only humans. It does not affect any other animal. Are we together? So, at that point, first did it the concept of chimpanzees. Are we together? Do you know when HIV first came to Uganda? When we first heard about it? When? Which period? Okay. File bongo de?
87 or 85. 85 to 87.
85, 87. When did Museveni come into power? Uncle waliyo. Wade unakumbi tu buli alina ku date na. Okay. How many of you have heard of the Rakai story? The Rakai story. Oh no, eh? Msaja wa Masaka, eh? Uncle. Bagay we historian. What?
Man, guys, they are biologists, we are historians, so okay, Rakai story. These people used to think that maybe it was the Tanzanians, they were traders. So people got HIV and they were blaming that maybe Abatanzania abo batusindikira ebintu bye bitutta. That's why kyatwala ebbanga okusobola okugira ne thanks to abamu abava File Bongo ne bakyogerako ne bakola ki ne creating awareness ne sensitization mu ggwanga.
So, HIV was first discovered in 1982 in Uganda, in Rakai, by someone called Dr. Okware, which is interesting because he's still alive. So the concept at that time was bali bamwita sirimu ekirwadde ekikoza. And that's how they detected. When they see you losing weight, your lips becoming a little purple, reddish, you're coughing, and then later you're having some interesting skin, rashes, they tick you off. And there was no treatment at that time, so everything was trial and failure, okay? And there was a lot of myths and misconceptions around it, including what he said, abamu bagamba it came from Tanzania, ng'omujini, neguja negutta abantu nga bagala kutwala ennyanja yaffe. Others say witchcraft, and all those weird things. Phile Bongole Lutaya did not get HIV from Rakai. He got it from Sweden. You probably don't know that. So, before it came here, it was already out there. Uganda wasn't the first country to discover HIV, you know that. And the story that Uganda is known for is the first country to actually put a strong stand on preventing the virus, but it wasn't. It was already in South Africa, in Botswana, it was in Australia, even the US, it was there. They had even started doing research about it. Altogether, what am I saying? That the true origin of HIV is not known. It is not a lab disease. Like all diseases, they come and then before COVID came, you know that COVID was already written about way back. It just mutated, and then it became this aggressive. And mutations happen, most especially in viruses, because of different reasons. It could be climate change, it could be, time, maybe the virus grew and, adapted and all these weird things. But there is a very high likelihood that we had the virus called HIV even during the Greek times. Altogether. So, Sijabalimba, I don't want to tell you it was monkey, it was lab, it was what. Abagament, it was manufactured, will be deceiving. Yes, sir.
I have an inquiry. Is it true that if they change your blood, you have HIV, it goes away?
If they change your blood?
Yeah, blood transfusion like that.
Yeah.
They remove the blood.
The study has been done. But for that to happen, they have to change your entire blood and bring new blood without even one sequential loop. Like, they have to clean your entire system dry, bring new blood, which might not also work because they have now to wash your plasma because your bone marrows contain plasma. They have to wash your spinal line because the virus can exist in your spinal fluids as much as not transmittable. So the study has been done. They have tried to change someone's bone marrow structure. I think they lived for about 3 months, HIV free, and then it came back. So it was not successful, the change of blood. But there was a time when people who could afford would go and switch blood. Are we together? Now when you change blood, you reduce on the viral load. Okay? When you put in, let's say, your blood group O and you switch, it's first expensive. You reduce on the viral load in the blood that has gone out, so you get new blood for the virus to play in. I hope that's it. I feel like I've made you more miserable than I found you. If that is the case, I apologize. I talk about disease. Chichi, the last one. I go again to Sabine Mary.
But it's a Mary. So I want to know about the vaginal ring, that it prevents HIV, is it right? Yes.
Now, there are a lot of studies that are ongoing around HIV treatment, management, and care, and prevention. Some of them are still in rumor stages. including what is saying the vaginal ring. So the vaginal ring, is a ring, a normal ring. Okay? And the science behind it, or the study that is ongoing, is that it's laced with ARVs, modified ARVs. That when you have sex, sex has to, when you ejaculate, now this protects only the woman, not the guy. If the woman has HIV, the vaginal ring won't protect you. If the man has HIV and ejaculates, the sperm will have to go through that ring. Now, in that ring, there is a variety of different, modified drugs, that are specifically designed to attack that virus. And the reason why I'm saying it's still a study is because they are still, different in different areas. It has brought different results. Now they're even trying to study it as a dual protection system for HIV, but also as a family planning structure. But it's still study. Do not sell it out. It is not here. So the moment you start talking about it, you'll have to show people what you're saying. There are all sorts of old studies going on around HIV. Okay? As peer educators, the key message is, let us tell people to be faithful to their partners, abstain for those who are still in school, and those who cannot abstain or be faithful to try and protect their sex. And protection in 3 ways. Condom is the first priority. When it breaks, PEP. If you cannot access condom, but there is a likelihood nti bajja kurepinga, tandika kuki? Prep. Rapist ajenga gwoli clear. Are we together? That's the message. In terms, who knows the prevalence in Uganda right now for HIV? Prevalence. HIV prevalence. Oluzungu kwesiza lungi. Aliwo? Mama, kazindalo kako.
It's about 5.4.
Nga, you are very accurate. Wabbye ebibuuzo? It is 5.4. Are we together? As of 2019, it was what? It was 6.2. So between 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, we were able to reduce it to 5.4. That is very, very good progress. Are we together? And the only way we did that is through you people, our BCC agents. You're the people who go to the communities, you preach the gospel, you tell people to, prevent this virus. Now, the challenge, as my last, maybe something for you to just know, the challenge that we are currently having is that the young girls, the adolescent girls, are still ranking very high with the new infections. Very, very high. Do you know why? I don't know. But the men who are up there, where is I wanted to use Nkong as an example. Bob mwana muto. The men who are not youth. The men who are not youth are also presenting very high rates of new infections. So it's a group sebiri. Adolescent girls and young women and the men. Abakolaka batandise ofuna NSSF. 45, 50, 55, 60. You can connect the science. Bali balina iPhone 14 ona alina to water. So transact, give me some water, you get iPhone 14. Are you together? So that's why the problem is. You can call it anything you want, transactional sex, you can call it trade, whatever it is, but those are the facts. Those two groups are still holding us back. So as you continue to tell the young girls to abstain, to use condoms and all these things, please make sure that you also tell your uncles and your daddies that the virus is there and it is in these girls. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this privileged opportunity to say I am sorry to hold you here while you are temufunye lunch emere bagizizaayo emerejja. But thank you very much. If you have any other question that you would like to ask, I'm going to, I think my number was written somewhere here. Let me write it. Now, (0702-392769). Yeyo muntu wa wansi. So when you're looking for me, you call, you text, you WhatsApp, you Instagram, you tweet, whatever. I will be able to reach you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emma, for that wonderful presentation. So I think we have learned a lot in as far as HIV/AIDS is concerned. So ladies and gentlemen, join the Transformers to give Mr. Emma a loud of Abako. One, two, three, go. Abako, 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 Caravanda, Caravanda. Mr. Charles. Thank you very much.
All right. Finally, our day comes to an end. Yeah? Kati waliwo abatuswaza wano. Bababuuza HIV prevalence temubijjukira. Uncle Ben nibyo ebintu byasooka obbagamba. So let's write our kalombolombo and go. Atakayina kasabe. Pick one and the parking lot is just behind here. Mwana kye yagikwese. If you have any other questions, go ulira balina byatazeemu. Parking lot eri wano.